Okay, everyone's attention, please. Can we have quietness? I'd like to welcome you here to the Regional Delivery Committee meeting, and I ask Councillor Cranwell to do Mihi.
Ko te pū, ko te more te wauaka, ko te rea, ko te wā, ko kūnewhe, ko te kore, ko te pō, ko raki nui. Papa tūwa nuku, hukai pō, ka tau anō te mauka, ko te upoko tahumata. Ka titiro, ki waihora, ki wairewa, te Pātaka. Kia tau te raki māri e ki runga i a tāta katoa, tūriki, tūriki, paneke, paneke, tūriki, tūriki, paneke, paneke. Hara mai te tōki haumi e, hui e, tā iki e. Nei anō te mi kia koutou katoa rauika mai i tēnei rā, mo tēnei hui, mo tēnei, i tēnei rā. Ko te mea nui ki au, i tēnei wā, ka tū te pepa iwi Iongairo, e pāna te mahi ki te Pātaka Rākaihautū. Te pito o te ao. Tika tau. Just welcome everyone here today. Just acknowledging those who have passed on this week, this month, this year. Haere atu rā, moi mai rā, oki oki mai. Also acknowledge Nick is in chair. Looking forward to today. Kia kaha, kia maia, kia mana wanui, i tō mahi tēnei rā nō reira. Huri noa, tēnā koutou. Huri noa, tēnā tata katoa. Kia ora.
Thank you, Councillor Cranwell, for that. I now declare the meeting open. There has been a change of order of business. Agenda item number 9.3 will now be taken immediately after the unconfirmed minutes. Apologies today, Councillor. We have no apologies for this part of the meeting, but Councillor Scott will be leaving at 2 o'clock. Is that correct? And Councillor Mackay, you are here now at this stage, okay? And we have Councillor Burns and Diche online. Is there any conflicts of interest? If not, I'd like to inform you that there's been no requests have been made for any public forum, deputations or petitions, and there's been no request for any extraordinary or urgent business. Councillor Karakia.
I think I may have a perceived conflict of interest, so I'll register it anyway, is that I'm a member of the leadership team for the Rapaki Tangatiaki.
Okay, thanks for informing us of that, Councillor Karakia. There are no notices of motion. And now we move on to item 7.1. The minutes of the previous meeting, which are in your agendas on page 9 to 17. Are there any matters of accuracy relating to these minutes? That was from the meeting that was on the 12th of February 2025. Councillor Mackay.
I'll move them.
Oh, thank you. Councillor Cranwell.
Just a correction, just that I was in person, not online. There's a little asterisk next to my name, just because I couldn't leave the meeting. I couldn't leave the meeting and be back if I was online. Kia ora.
Okay, thank you for pointing that out. So Councillor Mackay has moved that the minutes be confirmed. Have we got a seconder? Thanks, Chair Pauling. All those in favour say aye. Anyone against? The motion is carried. We now go on to item 9.3. Ao or Niro. I think I've almost got that right. That's in pages 43 to 46 of your agenda, and there's also been a handout for the presentation. And I'll now ask Fiona Shannon, Chief Scientist, and Diana McNichol, GEM of Environmental Monitoring and Data, to come forward and present this paper.
Well, morena koutou. Thank you very much for having us here this morning. I'm Fiona Shannon, and this is Davina McNichol. You might not have met Davina before, so I'll just pass over to her for a minute to introduce herself.
Kia ora koutou, I'm Davina McNichol. I'm the General Manager of Environmental Monitoring and Data. I have met some of you before. In some of my previous roles, I've been at Environment Canterbury for quite a while, but it's great to be here today to meet some of you that I haven't met and to introduce you to this project. Kia ora.
All right, well, we are really delighted to be able to share with you this presentation on Iongairo, Te Pātaka o Rākaihautū. This has been a project that we've been working on with our Runanga partners and the Department of Conservation for the past 3 years, and it represents a really significant investment into marine research around Banks Peninsula. We're really proud of this work, and particularly the way that we have genuinely worked with our partners. We've worked together on this mahi right from the start, and we've deliberately done things differently. And by that, I really mean we've made decisions together. So we're here today to present an overview into the work that's being done. And we really want to especially acknowledge our partners, particularly from Onuku, Wairua, Ngāti Wheki, and we'd like to acknowledge as well that this project had support from Koko Rārata. So if we zoom out a little bit, it's really clear that here in Ōtautahi, we've got this beautiful peninsula on our back doorstep, and we're surrounded by a coastal environment. The challenge for us, though, is that despite this being right on our back doorstep, we really have very little information about what lies beneath the waves. And so this image is particularly good in terms of highlighting the connections between the land and the sea. And that ties in to the name of the project, the name that was gifted to it, Iongairo. It represents the special significance of the relationship between Papatūānuku and Tangaroa. So really bringing together those connections between the whenua and the moana. And so for most people, unless you're snorkeling or diving, this is the way that we view and interact with our coastal ecosystems. It's really difficult to understand what lies beneath. And so that's where investment in technology and scientific research becomes invaluable. The more we know about our coastal ecosystems, the better informed we are when we're making planning and resource management decisions. And so that extends to everything from our advice to inform consent decisions, and it's also very helpful in terms of spatial planning, so helping us to identify significant ecological areas in the coastal environment.
So I'll give you a very brief introduction to how this project came to be. And this all started in 2021 when Land Information New Zealand were about to undertake a series of hydrographic survey programs to inform their navigation safety charts, specifically around the Banks Peninsula area. And at the time, some of our science staff already had good relationships, both with LINZ and with DOC and with Runanga in the area. And they saw the opportunity for us to utilise the survey data to improve our understanding of the coastal marine environment. So at that point, there was discussions with LINZ and some discussions with our other partners to see whether we could actually extend the survey area into those parts of the peninsula that the LINZ survey wasn't able to go to. So there was a financial contribution from ECAN and from DOC, and we actually worked together to propose that extension to LINZ. The extension of the survey sent the boat, which had to be a slightly different boat, into those shallower parts of the peninsula to water that was up to less than 10 metres of depth. So that just wouldn't have been possible with the surveys that LINZ were initially proposing to do. So it enabled us to get some data that was really, really helpful for the work that we all collectively do. Initially, we focused our efforts on the southern bays. So you can kind of see on this drawing, there's a dark red line around the bottom of the Southern Bays up into the Akaroa Harbour and then extending around to Goat Point. The reason that the survey was limited to that area was really so that we could refine the mapping and modelling approach, and that enabled us to then make sure that what we were gathering, the data that we were collecting, would be able to refine the approach and potentially be used again in the future. It was a decision that we made collectively to focus our efforts in that lower part of the peninsula. So the partnership was developed with the Runanga, with Department of Conservation and with ourselves. And the intention of that partnership really was to make sure that this project endured beyond the life of the project, which was initially just under 3 years. That really required each of us to commit to working in a true partnership way, which Fiona will talk a little bit about, but that really required us to listen, to understand, and commit to working together to understand our aspirations. So we worked to understand what each partner was needing from the project, what they really wanted to achieve, what their goals were. And that was a different way of working for all of us. So I think part of the success of this is the effort that went into actually working in that way. What we did at the very beginning of this was establish a terms of reference for the group, and that included some principles and some ways of working together that were underpinned by tikanga. So those principles and values were established collectively as a group, and we made sure that we held ourselves to account to the way of working that we'd established. And the decision-making for this project was also joint right from the very beginning, right back to the procurement of the science partner. So once we had all decided what did we actually want to achieve out of this project, we worked together to procure a science partner. That was quite a process, and it was quite a different way of doing things for us at Environment Canterbury. Normally, we would control that tightly. This was something that we decided that there would be joint decision-making around the suitability of the partner. Everybody brought to that decision-making process their own aspirations and their own requirements as to what the science partner needed to be able to provide. So the decision was made to go with Otago University, who already had really good relationships with all of the parties involved, and presented to us what we considered to be the best approach to achieve the outcomes of the project. So working in this way required a lot of time and a lot of trust. And I think that's one of the big successes of this project, is that we all collectively worked hard on those things. This was more than just delivering on a good science project, although it is, but absolutely it was about developing and fostering really good relationships with all of those partners. It required that some of us give up a little bit of control, some of us that are used to holding on to that control in some of these big projects. But in the end, that was all about getting the best outcomes, that everybody was going to be happy with the outcomes that we were able to achieve. So part of our process was to collectively understand what everybody's aspirations for this were. So our partners really did a lot of work to put on the table all of the possibilities that we could have achieved through this work, and then we all prioritised that work. There are many, many things we could have done in this area. We could have continued for years and we could have spent lots of money. However, it was really important that we sat down and prioritised and found sort of collectively joint aspirations and goals that we could focus on. And some of those things were listed up there. So they are the basic, the principles of the project were to focus on classification of key habitats. We wanted to explore through this data opportunities for habitat restoration. We were also really interested in understanding more about the connections between the land and the sea. Obviously looking at marine ecosystem impact assessments, which is a big thing for us. And then understanding impacts and opportunities associated with climate change. So those were the sort of key high-level focus areas, and then there were specific pieces of work that were designed to deliver on each of those. I think the other thing to note
with this is as Davina has said, there were some very clear shared priorities across the partners, and the data that we have really represents a key baseline. So when you do these kinds of surveys, they're very intensive, they are expensive, they provide a snapshot in time from which we can start to explore quite a rich pool of environmental data. So essentially the information that we have now is almost the end of the beginning, if you like, and there are opportunities to delve deeper into further understanding connections between the land and the sea, and particularly impacts and opportunities associated with large-scale drivers of change like climate change or human impacts on the environment. So in terms of the way the data were collected, this takes us back to the hydrographic survey work, and essentially it's a high-tech method of surveying the seafloor. It utilises a sonar mapping technique, so it's essentially using sound waves to send pings down to the bottom of the sea, and the way that they are reflected back helps us to illuminate features on the seafloor. And so with that, I'll give you a small fly-through of this is just showing the water depth around some of the southern bays here. But this sort of technique enables us to get a sense of the roughness of the seafloor, the slope, and the nature of the substrate, whether it's rocky or soft sediment. So after the initial hydrographic survey work, there were 2 summer seasons of quite intensive field sampling campaigns. And the work that was done to collect data from all of the points shown here on this image was led by our science partner at the University of Otago. And the majority of the boat time and the skipper time was provided by the Department of Conservation. And so on any given day, when the team were out on the water, they would have folks from Department of Conservation, Environment Canterbury, Runanga, other interested community volunteers, all helping to gather these data. So to bring this image to life, you can see that there are 3 different colours of dots there. The green dots, primarily up in Akaroa Harbour, were places that grab samples of the seafloor sediments were taken. It's typically an area where there is relatively low visibility, so it's more about popping down a sampler and collecting sediment rather than flying any video footage through that area. The blue dots are locations where a camera was able to be dropped over the side of the boat and images taken of the seafloor beneath. And the brown dots represent areas where transects were able to be taken, which involved a video camera being dropped over the side of the boat and essentially towed along the seafloor. So that was particularly useful to try to understand transitions between different types of seafloor sediment and associated habitat. The team managed to get out on the sea for a total of 62 days, and if you've spent much time around the southern bays, you'll know that sea conditions can be quite challenging in that area. So they were constantly watching and waiting for weather windows to get out and about, and obviously put in a huge number of person hours to collect these samples and use them as a way of essentially ground truthing or validating the information that had come back from the earlier hydrographic survey work. So these are just a few examples of the ways that the data were collected. This is the camera setup that the team had for essentially flying the video along the seafloor. So you can see that close to Matt there are some sort of ramped up skis trying to help keep it off the bottom. And the team were actually watching that very small screen on the left-hand side there and holding onto the rope to be able to adjust the depth that the camera was towed at, because you obviously don't want it colliding with the reef communities that you are essentially trying to better understand. So these are some of the sorts of animals that were seen as part of these towed video transects. Quite a rich and diverse community down on the seafloor, and really quite fantastic imagery that brings this kind of area to life in a way that most people don't get to see. There are a range of different sponge communities, obviously saw different sorts of fish in various locations, beautiful diverse areas of kelp, really rich areas of biodiversity, and of course, as you might imagine, quite a large proportion of soft sediment. But that soft sediment is not all devoid of life, and so by sampling some of those sediments, our team was able to understand some of the life forms that exist within them. The drop camera was pretty much as it sounds, so it's mounted at the top of the metal frame on the right-hand side of the screen there, and that essentially meant that when that frame was dropped down, we had a half a square metre quadrat that enabled diligent students to go in and then characterise the communities that were within that half a square metre area. In other places, there were baited remote underwater videos taken. So the small orange cage in the middle of the screen there contains some bait, which would obviously attract mobile species in the area. The black and white delineations on the rod there are 10 centimetre scale bars, so the team could get a sense of how big these fish were. Also around the southern bays, the abundance and distribution of kelp was mapped, and that was quite a key focus for our partners particularly, because kelp has a really strong influence on biodiversity. So they were very keen to understand how much kelp there was and what sort of areas it was located in. And so when we bring all the data together, we've got an opportunity to integrate a range of different products. We've got the bathymetry information, the depth to the seafloor, the roughness of the surface, its slope. We've got environmental data like water temperature. We can bring all of this information together with the ground truth imagery to inform our habitat modelling. And so before we give you a little bit of a sneak preview into the data sets that have been generated from this work, we'd just like to share with you a video that has been done together with our partners, and you can hear from them talking about what this work means to them. If you imagine standing on top of Aoraki and
plugged in.
so just do escape track, but I can do it from here if you want.
Yeah, just do it from there. Click on that link in there. Just click on that one. You might just have to take.
Just to inform everyone, those online, we're having some technical issues, which we're just working on currently.
If you imagine. Yeah, they can't see it.
Why is that not presenting up there? It was this morning.
If you imagine standing on top of Aoraki and the whole of the South Island is blanketed in clouds beneath, it's similar to that when we look into the marine environment and try to look beneath the waves.
When I first heard that LINs were going to be hydrographically mapping for navigational purposes around the peninsula, that led to a discussion with DOC around mapping the seafloor of the harbour, which obviously would give us some information that might help with how we better look after the whenua that surrounds our moana. It was really an opportunity of a lifetime for Ōnuku.
We first met with LINs in Akaroa with the Department of Conservation and ECAN, and we had discussions about extending the mapping that they had been doing within Akaroa Harbour.
LINs were planning to use multi-beam sonar to map a huge area of Banks Peninsula's seafloor, and I remember the email because it just said something like, "What an opportunity."
In the university, we're always on the lookout for opportunities to apply our science and apply the work that we're doing, and this was a fantastic opportunity.
Our tipuna learnt a lot through observation. All of the things which grow and used to flourish in this area, they were aware of them.
What happens in regards to Mihi Kai is incredibly important to us, knowing what's actually happening under the moana. We haven't had this data that could actually pinpoint what we need to do, where we need to do it.
We were tasked with being the science providers in this project, sitting down with all of the partners of the project to understand what their needs were and what they wanted to get out of the collaboration.
Better marine conservation really relies on improving our understanding of what we have out here in the moana, where it is, and how it links to not only what we're doing in the water, but also what's happening on the land. And Iongairo is about all of those things.
Coastal marine ecosystems are really under a lot of pressure. For us to have a better understanding of what actually lies beneath the waves, it really helps us to be able to make much more informed decisions about the impacts of those various activities on those coastal ecosystems.
For the very first time, we have this incredibly rich data set that is going to help our scientists, our planners actually understand the impact of certain activities. They'll be basing their decisions on really, really good science.
To be able to see around here, to see that there are places where they're still thriving and still doing well, is hopefully motivation for all of us to find ways to protect them and make them as resilient as we can for things like climate change in the future.
This data really forms the basis of how decisions are made. So it's about understanding what impacts are going on in the marine environment, what some of the threats are that need to be managed. We can start to bring in new data sets. We can include things like climate variability. We can start to make some predictions around that work, which is really exciting.
This project really is just the beginning of starting to unlock some of the information that we can glean from the connections between the land and the sea. And from understanding those habitats, we can get a better sense of the types of animals that live there and what sort of impacts various activities may have on them.
This project utilised some of that really high-tech information to be able to explore beneath the water in a way that's never been done before. And I'm really excited about the opportunity to take all of that we've learned, the things that were tried, the things that worked, the things that didn't work, and really be able to undertake some really important and innovative research into the future.
We can't manage these systems at a tens of kilometre sort of scale. We need to be thinking about a reef by reef scale, and what we've proven in this project is that that can be done.
All of that information is going to be extremely helpful, and so building that knowledge, so we become experts in our rohe moana alongside our partners. So we want to build our knowledge and our scientific understanding alongside the mātauranga.
I have to say, in the past we've been happy to take from our moana, and we're in a generation now where we think it's time that we gave back. And this particular project has been a catalyst and the beginning point of that for us.
Iongairo is about partnership and working together. I think we think that better marine conservation will also come from working together in new ways and in better ways.
We've been able to work with some incredible science partners, with our Runanga partners and with the Department of Conservation, to really pull together information that is important to all of those people and all of those agencies. It was really comforting to know that actually everybody wanted the same outcome from this work.
This is really an example of the way that I think that coastal management needs to head, is that we have multiple groups, multiple partners who all have interest in this coastal space sitting down together in the same room, coming to an agreement. What we were able to achieve with having all of these partners on board was greater than what we could have achieved on our own.
So you've got the university as a research provider, you've got Runanga, you've got the Department of Conservation, you've got ECAN, all working collaboratively. It's the first time it's been done in our Canterbury region anyway.
I'm really proud of the way that we've genuinely worked together in this project. It's been hugely enriching to learn more about Te Ao Māori perspectives, and by bringing that holistic view together, the outcomes are far greater from this work than any one agency could deliver on their own.
To do something meaningful in partnership is, incredibly important for us. That relationship that developed over the 2 years of the project has been amazing for us here at Onuku. Our whānau have been able to share in the progress of the Iongairo project all the way and be part of what we think is a pretty special and unique opportunity for us. And it's great to see Mātauranga Māori and Western science working together to create an outcome that can benefit the generations that follow us.
Exposure and the opportunities that Iongairo presents going into the future is what I hope will kindle our rangatahi's interest. People want to go and engage in their rohi moana. They want to engage in their whenua. And by doing that and observing what's going on and learning to be part of it, then the next step is delving deeper into the mātauranga, delving deeper into the science. They're not mutually exclusive.
This will be an example to a lot of other areas in the country that are looking to advance how they map and monitor and understand their coastal environment, as well as the interaction with the terrestrial environment. There's this abundance of data that's sitting there waiting to be tapped into, and if we can keep moving around the peninsula, it'll benefit the Banks Peninsula region as a whole.
I heard a whakatauki recently that I thought fitted the project quite well. Toitu te marae a tānei, toitu te marae a Tangaroa, toitu te iwi. If the land is well and the sea is well, then the people will thrive. Mauri ora.
Thank you, Fiona and Davina, for this presentation. Sorry, slight technical hitch. Before we're interrupted there, thank you for bringing this. Have you got a couple more slides? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So I am going to attempt to give you a sneak peek of the platform that has been developed by our partners. Our GIS team have been furiously working to bring this together for us to be able to see this today ahead of our launch in Akaroa in a couple of weeks. So apologies if I'm not particularly proficient in this, because I only got the link to it yesterday. I will do my best. So this platform has been developed for us to share all of the information that was gathered in a map form, so that it is telling a story as well as being able to dive into some of the data sets that we have. So each of the different data sets have been presented in this way with a little bit of context around what they are. So for example, the bathymetry is the data that were gathered by LINS, presented in the maps. If we scroll down a little bit further, you can click on the map, which I'll do in the next slide. The derivatives here, which is sort of showing us what does the seafloor structure actually look like. And this was the information that was used to develop those habitat maps. Then we also have habitat models. So all of the data were brought together to understand
Excuse me,
Sorry.
Davina, we're having another technical issue. It's
Oh.
not showing on the live stream, so we'll just adjourn the meeting for a minute. Sorry about this.
Sorry.
Okay, team, we're back in action.
Unfortunately, it doesn't look like I'm going to be able to give you a sneak peek of the platform after all. We can't get it to show on the live screen.
We've gone down. Yeah, it's all right.
What we can do is I can absolutely come back and show you through the platform itself in a little bit more detail in another meeting. Essentially, the bit that you possibly did see was that all of the data are presented in a really easy to use platform. It's simply just clicking on the map, zooming in and out, moving around, and all of the information is available. You can click on features and it explains and describes what the data and information are there. This will be shown in a lot more detail at our launch event, which is to be held in Akaroa on the 25th of March, which you should all have received an invitation to. We'd love to see you there. And we will be inviting all of our partners to speak and present at that launch as well. And then there will be a demonstration of the platform, and at that point it will be live and publicly available. So at the moment, the one that I was showing you is a beta version that the GIS team have given me access to. It's not available just yet. However, at the launch, we will be providing access to that for the public. So I'd love to see you all there, and we will also be having a Q&A at that session as well. So all of our experts will be there, all of our Runanga partners, Department of Conservation, and ourselves. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Davina and Fiona, for this fantastic presentation. It's definitely some really, really good information there, and I'm sure that when we see the data, that will really be amazing too. So thank you for coming along today. And now, Councillor Cranwell, you had a question.
Kia ora kōrua, nei te mea atu kia kōrua mo tō mahi e pāna tēnei i te taha o Onuku me Wairewa. He rawe tikitia ki runga te roriko nei, te āhua nei kei raro i te moana. Just acknowledging you both, and also just the work that's gone into this. But, you know, as you said, Fiona, in the video, actually knowing what's under the water and just seeing those videos and footage is just, you know, oh, it's amazing. So thank you both. And one of the big things from the video everyone talked about was collaboration. And then Fiona, you've talked about it here and on video as well, and Davina, and just how Runaka ECAN work together, initially with LINZ with their previous work that they did, and then also working with the University of Otago. So this is probably to you, Fiona, in the sense of science and things. So how can this become the norm? How can this, and then also to the senior leadership team sitting behind you, how can, collaboration and working together and really showing partnership, because this is, in a sense, I believe probably Waitaraka, which was just happened on Sunday, and this kind of shows ways of working together and collaboration and having kind of showing partnership. I know it's a big question, but, it's something that we probably need to think about and, and how can we show this and work moving forward.
Oh, kia ora, Councillor Cranwell. It is a big question, but I guess that's part of why we're really proud of this work. As Davina mentioned, we deliberately did things differently right from the start. We want to work together differently with our partners, and so to do that, we know that takes time to build trust. And one of the core principles of this project was, how do we develop relationships that endure beyond the life of any funded project as such? And so I think with this work we really have a foundation now from which we can continue to explore opportunities with our runanga partners in this area. And I guess by sharing information in this kind of setting, by having created a video together with our partners, we hope that we can share that and essentially use that as a way of encouraging others to give it a go. And it's not always going to be easy, but I think that foundation of trust and respect that comes with kōrero, that's something that if we make the time to be able to do that in other work, we know that council and other agencies and runanga timelines don't necessarily align that well. So it's about having the scope, I guess, within our projects to be able to have those conversations and to develop a better understanding of each other's needs, priorities, aspirations. And we're absolutely happy to share our experiences with anyone who's willing to listen. We are really grateful for our runanga partners who have championed this work as well, and I guess shared their experiences, and perhaps in the hope that it can act as an example for others to maybe give it a go, because for runanga as well, we understand that this is an unfamiliar way of working with Environment Canterbury. So it takes a little bit of trust from both sides and a willingness to engage and to try to do things differently. So.
Through the chair. I'm just reiterate great work. Unfortunately, I think you showed some of our reefs I dive on, so I'm a bit scared about that. Everyone else can see where I go. The other thing is, like Ngāti Wheke Kokoraratu were involved as well, and we go to Goat Point. Is there a timeline to carry around all of the peninsula?
Through you, Chair, the opportunity to extend this work around the peninsula is something that we are really keen to explore. And so for this particular project, we had to make a decision as to where we best invest our efforts and essentially prove an approach to this ground truthing and habitat modelling work. And so we have been having conversations with Toitū Te Whenua, Land Information New Zealand, about some of the three-dimensional, what they call I think it's bathymetric LiDAR work, where they are trying to better map connections between the land and the sea. They are actively doing some work at the moment, and we have certainly made them very aware of our interest in going further around into the northern parts of Te Pātaka. There are challenges there in terms of visibility, so we would need to consider how we can get the sorts of information needed to develop habitat models in that area. But it's certainly something that we are actively considering, and like we've said throughout, this is really the beginning of an opportunity to continue to do more work in this area to bring those seafloor ecosystems to life.
Councillor Karakia.
Tēnā kōrua. Fiona, Davina. Can I have two questions, by the way, te mana. The first one, and I know that we've spoken about this, Fiona, but just for the record, the reason why you didn't go inside of Whakatau was because of it was the funding only actually went so far. Is that correct?
We had limited funds, although it's a significant investment that was made into this work. The decision had to be made as to what extent we extend around the coastline, and so work beyond sort of north of Goat Point and around into Whakatau was not able to be included in this part of the project.
And really, I can see why my sons actually prefer to dive outside of Whakatau because of the visibility, which would be interesting when you get inside of Whakatau, which will show you the detrimental effects, I'm sure, of deep channel widening, silt and all of that. And the silt actually is not just because of that, as you know, it's actually around Papatuanuku and the taking away of that korowai of Ngāhere. So that's my first question and the comment. The second one is to do with the data collection. Now, first of all, I want to acknowledge this Iongairo project. And if you look at this quote from the Rāpaki Tangatiaki, was that from a data gathering perspective, it was excellent and will provide Papatupa Runanga with data information to improve their ability to manage their hapus fishery. So that's the tick, that's a big tick. But then it goes on, and this is where Rāpaki is coming from, and the question is coming, is that, but the devil will be in the detail, and this is particularly around just what Councillor Cranwell mentioned, was about the mātauraka sharing, data sharing. Because what you've done there is that you've exposed actually a lot of areas where big mahinga kai gathering areas. And so my question is that it's twofold. One is what Councillor Cranwell was talking about before, is about the norm. And so what I need to know is about the data itself, and particularly around the protection of the mātauraka data. And I would think that the next part of this program, when we're talking about data collection and data protection, is that essentially Iongairo, this project could be looked at as a case study for entrusting mana whenua to manage the data. So my question is, how are you protecting mātauraka data? Because on the 25th of March, you're going to go public with all of this information, and because it didn't come up on there, could be a tohu, could be a sign that, we're still not there about the protection of that data, because you're going to go public with it. Is that right?
Well, kia ora, Councillor Korako. We can absolutely assure you that mātauraka is protected through this project. And as we've discussed today, all of the decisions that have been made in relation to this project have been jointly made with our partners. And mātauraka is obviously a core focus of their concerns. We absolutely respect those concerns and have made appropriate provisions for that.
Sorry, can you just outline what kind of protections it's going to have?
In terms of mātauraka, we've made joint decisions with the partners, and we have established a platform that enables mātauraka to be protected. It is essentially via permitted access, and that access is controlled by the partners.
Supplementary. So what I'm hearing then is that the way you're going to protect it then is that even though you will show parts of the seabed, there won't be any coordinates or names on it. Is that what you're saying?
So it's unfortunate that the link didn't work on the big screen in terms of the Davina being able to give you a sneak preview into what is being shared. And what you'll see in the interactive maps is that you can zoom into different types of habitat, whether they be sponge beds or soft sediment areas. You can have a look at the types of sediment or habitat. There is not information about you can essentially use the habitat information to think about the sorts of animals that live in that environment, but there is not specific information about what lives where.
Thank you.
Councillor Swiggs.
Thanks, Nook. That was a very good question, because that was the questions that I wanted to ask as well, given that 3 years of my life has just been researching this. And I just presented that doctorate thesis last night to a very enthused audience around data and IP protections on knowledge systems. And so I'd actually like to understand who owns the data? And how will it be used, and who benefits from that data, given that there's been a $1.8 million investment from Environment Canterbury into this, which is the people of Canterbury. And I understand that there is opportunities in this space for commercialisation of the seabed or the sea activities moving into the future. So I'm really conscious of perceptions of who benefits, who owns, and how you, weaving it into what Councillor Karakia was saying, there is two different ways of looking at data here. So, but I could go on about that, but I'm really interested in those 2 points.
Kia ora. So data ownership is something that we struggled with this project. It's actually a really, as you know, I'm sure it's not an easy topic, especially when we were truly trying to work in partnership, which to us meant that we didn't own any of this ourselves. So in some ways, the partnership own the data. ECAN are hosting this platform, and that's purely a decision that was made on the basis of the systems we already have and the access requirements that were going to be necessary. So I won't go into details, but it's a GIS platform, so it's something we already had. It was easy enough for us to access that, as well as the sort of ongoing maintenance that will be required for that. When it comes to the use of the data, we are hoping that it will be used by everybody. Initially, of course, it will be shared with the community groups, the agencies, and the people that are invited to the launch, but we hope that will actually spread beyond those groups to really encourage people to explore the data and information that's presented. And it isn't presented in such a way that it is focused more on the habitat models in particular. So it's really looking at, from the data and information that were gathered through the bathymetry survey, the LINS survey, as well as all of those samples that were collected, putting those things together to establish the types of habitat that are available, and then what could they support. So that's where our Runanga partners are particularly interested, and Department of Conservation, around habitat restoration. So it's, where would we be best to place effort to restore a particular habitat that we want to see back.
No, I get all of that, and through the chair, I appreciate that it is difficult, but the thing that I've found really difficult to reconcile with this is public data. It is owned by the public, and so this is where working with government agencies and where a statute of the government is very tricky in this space. So I had another question around, is it really on the video, I just wanted to get a great video, I really loved it. One point that I wanted to make is, where was the voice of the elected member for the area? And I think Vicky would have had a good, voice in there to talk about that from the political, bringing everybody together kind of thing. So I think that was one piece that was missing. There was a statement in there that said it's really the first time that multi-agency has been done in Canterbury. Is that a true statement? I think it was said by the Mana Whenua rep there. I just wanted to be careful that it's, because I do know there are many other examples where multi-agency things have worked and have been done. So I just want to make sure the video's got accurate information.
Thank you, Councillor Swiggs. I think just in response to your concern about the multi-agency piece, I think perhaps the words that weren't said, but the intent was about the multi-agency collaboration in relation to the moana. Maybe we can make some adjustment to that so that is clear.
Thank you for bringing that point to the table, Councillor Swiggs. Councillor Southworth.
Thank you. Really cool to see this. I know it's been this project that kicked off in the last term, actually, and I remember having an excellent presentation on that and been waiting to see this all come together. It's awesome. Looks brilliant. Couple of questions. In terms of, you mentioned, I think it's in the paper, around looking at soft sediments and in Akaroa with respect to the effects of both cruise ship anchoring and fish farming. And so have your findings indicated that you need to do further science, or is there information that shows that actually we need to review some of the policy that we currently have?
So the data and information is being pulled together into the platform in the last few months. It hasn't necessarily been available in this format that unfortunately you didn't see. Our staff and staff from the other agencies will absolutely be using the data that we've gathered from the project to make those kinds of decisions and other decisions as well. That was primarily the focus from Environment Canterbury's perspective. Was our aspirations were about enabling decision making to be based on good science. So those decisions will absolutely be based on the data that we've gathered through the project. I'm not sure how far those decisions have got to already with planning and with our other harbour master and others, but it's definitely something we would expect it to be used for that purpose.
Thank you. And I've got a second question, but just to respond to that, it'd be really good to see how this project has then fed in. So when we're seeing the policy come through briefings in the future, where it's being hinged on the data that's coming out of this project, to see the linkage would be really good to make sure that's clear and, put that in the public when we can. A second question that's sort of related, which is how much I think in the video it mentioned that there was not so much information and knowledge before this project, although I understand Rūnaka maybe had quite a lot of knowledge that has helped to establish what we actually have looked at. But in terms of how much of a surprise were the findings? Were there some real surprise findings, just like the richness of the habitat or the absence of habitat or whatever? And have we got, obviously we want to go further round and complete Banks Peninsula, but actually how many other areas along the 800 kilometres of Canterbury coastline are there that actually we realise are really important, that we need to be considering our land use and our effects on the marine, where we really need to be looking to make sure that the policy that we're looking to, notify in 2028, an integrated plan, how well are we going to be able to do that if we haven't been able to really establish this level of information? And how are we going to prioritise it and work through that?
Oh, kia ora, Councillor Southworth. Thank you for your questions there. And I guess in terms of the understanding the connections between the land and the sea is a real opportunity that's afforded to us through this kind of work. And so we are absolutely keen to extend it where we can. But any kind of work of this nature, as you've seen, requires a significant investment by council. And so it becomes a decision for council to determine whether we would prioritise more of this work over and above other pieces of work. It's something that we are keen to consider. We can look at that from a scientific perspective. And again, the work with Land Information New Zealand on their three-dimensional bathymetric LiDAR has already identified some priority areas along the Waitaha coastline. So there are some areas that we might be able to extract some more information from, hopefully in the not too distant future. And by having this project established, we can essentially use that to guide future efforts and perhaps make some recommendations as to the sorts of areas where we might need to look into in more detail. But as you've seen with just the footage that we have, unfortunately not the maps that Davina tried to show, by having better information about the sorts of habitat that exist, it really does enable us to make much more informed decisions. And the kinds of decisions that we often have to make in relation to the moana are relatively in the dark compared to the information, the richness of the information that we have on land.
Really short, probably a comment, but you might want to comment back, which is really just, I suppose, where we now know how much information or detail that is actually absent to us currently in these areas you're talking about, is really thinking about the precautionary principle in those areas with an absence of data, so that we haven't damaged stuff before we even get to know more about it. So I think for our planners, that's probably more of a takeaway. That I don't know if you want to comment on that.
Okay, Councillor Robinson.
This type of research really excites me, because you can see really what's going on. And having attended the Unuku, briefings along the way, seeing the challenging, like anchor drags and things along, some of the gouges and the land underneath, is really interesting to see, the effects of human impacts, and also other really good things though too. So that's what I would like to know, if you studied, I see you did some transect surveys, and I'm wondering if you looked at the marine reserves and then compared them to unprotected areas, and I guess identifying what the potential could be for increased protections in the marine reserve sort of space, and if that's a consideration through this. That's my first question, but I do have a subsequent one as well. Has that been highlighted, the potential there?
So thank you, Councillor Robinson. I think the potential from the information that we have is absolutely huge, and there are opportunities for our team and for others to go away and make some of those comparisons. It's not something that has been specifically pulled out, if you like, but all of the information is there to enable people to have a look at the types of sediments, the drivers of change, be it human impacts and so on, and come to their own conclusions about what levels of protection or what further research might be needed to inform any subsequent decisions.
Yeah, supplementary. Just is there a potential time frame for subsequent review of this data? Because this is like a foundation or a base survey and research. So what would the future look like for revisiting?
It's a dangerous question to ask a scientist. For us, the future possibilities with this information and with working with our partners, those possibilities are really exciting. And so we are continuing to explore opportunities with our partners. There have been no decisions made about where to next, areas to focus on, or what any future time frame for revisiting this would be.
Okay, Councillor McKenzie.
Thanks, Nick. So my question's around the funding. Dion sort of touched on it. He said it costing 1.8 million so far, and that's been totally funded by general rates, has it? And did the partners, any of the partners, and we've got quite a lot of partners, where does it sit? And then what is the ongoing budget for this program?
Kia ora, thanks for that question. The partners contributed, Department of Conservation contributed funding towards the LINS survey, so they put money in to extend that survey in the original stages. This part of the project, that was the 1.8 million over 3 years, the contributions from our partners were in-kind contributions. So Department of Conservation provided a boat and a skipper, and that would have, if we'd put a dollar figure on that, it would have been a substantial cost to the project. And it also enabled us to cover a much larger area because we sometimes had the University of Otago's boat and the Department of Conservation boat together. So that contribution was in kind. As far as sort of ongoing costs, the real only cost for this part of the project is the ongoing maintenance of the data and the platform. We haven't quantified what that cost is, but it's part of our overall cost for website maintenance, as far as I understand.
And the 1.8 is funded out of general rates, isn't it?
Yes, the 1.8 is from general rates.
Councillor Davies.
I'm still not really sure I understand the status of the data, because you said it's kind of owned by the partnership, but then also accepted as public data as well. So I'll just dig a little bit into it. So what format does the raw data exist?
The raw data we don't have, so that was a decision that was made relatively early on, was that the University of Otago would gather and collect the raw data, and their role was to create a platform of interactive maps. So we don't hold the raw data, we've simply got access to the interactive maps and the metadata that sit underneath each of those layers, and that's part of the process of transferring all of that from their servers at the moment is underway.
So that raw data is not available to the public?
No, it's not.
I think that's the point that's been raised, and just on the record, the ratepayers of the region have funded $1.8 million towards this, but they don't have access to the raw data.
They could have access up until now, when the project was finished some months ago. If there was a requirement for some of the data to be used, we collectively as a group, the partners made decisions about whether or not to allow that access, and it was done through the university. So we had a lot of students and research organisations that would potentially request a small set of data for a project. The partners would collectively decide whether or not that was an appropriate use of the data, and the Otago University staff would release that. But we don't have those raw data.
Councillor Scott.
Just to refresh my memory on this, when this project first was presented to us, it wasn't, so where we've ended up was an extension of a project that was already going to happen in terms of that survey, and this is just an extension of that. So us getting into that was through the fact that we need to discover more stuff. If this is an opportunity, it was an opportunity for us to do that, and I know that some of the people that supported it were the opportunity to look at, so what is commercially available to us if we understand this thing better? Are there commercial opportunities available to that? Have I got that somewhere right? Towards right?
Oh, thanks, Councillor Scott. As you mentioned, the work that we've done here really leveraged the funding that was provided through Land Information New Zealand's High Plan work, where they were doing this hydrographic survey work for navigational shipping purposes. So they have made a huge investment in mapping a very large portion of the area around Te Pātaka o Rākaihautū, and it was the investment from Environment Canterbury and from DOC that enabled us to go into the shallower areas in water that was less than 10 metres deep. So really to go up to the coastline itself. And I think the elements that you touch on in relation to commercialisation, that was not the intent on which we entered into this project. The intent was to inform resource management decisions.
There was a feeling. It wasn't explicit. There was a feeling. If we better understood the environment, then we understood what was possible, what wasn't possible. Can I just say that in terms of from the genesis of this project to now, I think you've done a really good job. There's valuable information. My comments aren't a criticism; they were just a way of explanation.
Councillor Edge.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks very much for this presentation. It's fantastic, and I particularly note the collaborative work that was going on, but also the Te Ao Māori perspective, Mataranga and science working together. And we first saw that as part of the climate change risk assessment process, where a different way of looking at things was really good. And of course, this to me is really timely. The RMA process for us with our regional policy statement work, and especially the coastal environment plan, this work was really critical to that in the interface between the land and the sea. And I think that's something that we will continue to build on. So in terms of general rates, that's part of that picture of using good information to enable us to inform the future processes that we're looking at. My question is related probably to the thing that you can't really answer at the moment, is extending the work to the northern bays. And it struck me, obviously the southern bays is quite ecologically pronounced in what you've discovered and things. The northern bays, would you say there's an assumption there that they are more likely to be affected by sediment and natural disaster tsunamis? I'm thinking of Port Levy with the Argentine tsunami years ago that filled the bay with sediment. So is that something in the research of that area that you would be able to identify the impacts of events outside our own land interface?
Oh, kia ora, Councillor Edge. Thank you for that question. It's not an area that is either of our expertise. So I don't want to make any assumptions as to where we would go in that regard. But again, this type of information can help us to explore a range of different impacts. I think offshore tsunami generation, we have our natural hazards team who are experts in that kind of work, and so that's something that they could consider if and when we get to extend that work.
Councillor Karakia, did you have a quick question?
Just a quick question. It comes back to the question that you had on costs, and particularly who were the contributing partners. I think one thing that's really important here is when you talk about in-kind, do you think, and about equating that as to what does that actually mean? Because to have the Ngāi Tahu brand over it, Papatipurunanga support, that's worth a lot. So when you talk about in kind, it'd be probably good to actually, because you get this sort of kind of, what did they put into it? What sort of cash? So I think that just to identify what was actually given in kind, I've just mentioned two actually, that's worth about 10 million. Thanks.
So that we've had a pretty long discussion on this, and I'd like to put propose the motion.
Thank you, Councillor East. Fiona and Davina, I'd like to thank you very, very much for this presentation and the way in which you've answered all the questions, and some of them are very, have been very tough questions, and you've handled that really well. So I'd just like to say thank you for coming to the table, and you may now leave the table. Okay, so we have Councillor East that has moved the motion, and Councillor Robinson who has seconded it. Is there any discussion? Councillor Southworth?
Yeah, I just really wanted to reiterate, I think, the point that Councillor Scott was getting to with this, that the money spent, $600,000 over per year averaged over 3 years, is it seems to me completely reasonable. I understand it's general rates, it's in a specific area. It's absolutely fundamental to generating a good planning framework. And so, sorry, linking both. I think Councillor Scott, you were. No, but you talked about the planning framework and how this feeds into it. So I'm just linking the two things. The question around, or the implication that maybe general rates possibly wasn't something we should be spending on in this, came from Councillor Mackenzie. Accept that, but I'm sorry, maybe I missed your point, Councillor Scott. Anyway, if I can, do you want to?
Yeah, look. I was here, and so were you, Councillor, at the start.
Point of order. Point of order.
I was.
You can't do that if you're going to do standing orders. There's a debate, and you can't have a debate going through the chamber, and we had a discussion about using standing orders appropriately at the start of the meeting, so I think Councillor Scott should wait for his turn.
Carry on, Vicky.
Yeah, thank you. I wasn't wanting to be critical. I just wanted to really say I think it's a really valuable piece of work. That an average of 600,000 a year is really small fry. When we look at the coastal marine areas, 20% of the total area that Environment Canterbury oversees. And so in the grand scheme of things, it's an incredible amount of information and work that you have got to feed into a really critical piece of work that we do, which is our planning framework. And so I think it's brilliantly well done. And you've leveraged the information and the support from the other partners that you could. And it's really positive. And apologies to Councillor Scott if I said something that he thinks it was going to be negatively construed against him, which it absolutely wasn't. I was trying to agree. I thought I was agreeing with what was. Anyways. Sorry, I've got confused and it's a little bit messy, but that's why. And in a nutshell, done really well. Great value for money. I think that's brilliant. Thank you.
Okay, is there any more discussion before we put this motion forward? If not, all those in favour say aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. We now move on to item 8.1, Sustainable Consents Delivery Progress, which is in your pages of your agenda from pages 18 to 25. And the recommendations are on page 18. I now ask Paul Holst, GM of Regulatory Services, to come forward and present this paper. Welcome, Paul.
Kia ora, Chair and Councillors.
Sorry, I've jumped the gun a bit here, Paul. Claire was going to introduce this paper. Sorry.
I'll be quick since it's 10 to 12 and we're just getting onto this paper. Look, for councillors around the table, this is certainly one of our core work programs in the Environmental Regulation and Protection service area. And it's, I think that will generate quite a few questions as well. But the information in the paper is really showing how we're improving the efficiency and productivity of our consents team within the sustainable consents delivery progress. So a couple of recommendations there that we receive that progress. Hopefully you all see it as some progress, and that we endorse the next steps around the ongoing improvements that are anticipated, and certainly in light of what looks like to be a demand for consent renewals going forward. So thank you.
Kia ora, Chair and Councillors. Just in the interest of time, I think I'll just hand straight to Aurora and she'll take you through the presentation.
Thank you.
Perfect. Sorry, we'll just get the presentation up. while we're bringing that up, the first two slides I can probably just get started on if that's okay with you, Chair. So it's the context of this is obviously an update on how we are tracking and consents delivery, and really stoked to be here for my last time with you guys to say that we are delivering on all of our levels of service for consents. I won't labour the point around our purpose for consenting. I think we all know, thanks Liz. I think we all know why the consenting function exists and what we deliver. But just to draw your mind to the 26,000 resource consents that are in the region, because that sets a helpful backdrop for the context of this presentation and the compliance presentation after this. So the last few years have been very much focused on addressing the significant backlog of consent applications that dated back to 2002. And in November last year we cleared those with a few caveats on the ones that are still to go through appeal processes or through public notification processes, which I'll touch on later. As part of our Sustainable Consents Delivery program, we really focused on making sure in terms of what we needed to be able to process their applications in an efficient way. And we also looked at how do we get ahead of the curve and make sure that we are well situated to deal with the large amount of renewals that will be coming in over the next 10 years so that we don't end up in the same situation again. And this council very generously supported us with a significant amount of resourcing to enable that as well. So, touching on the last 136 applications that remain to be resolved. Now, those are ones that were defined as being backlog consents, but they were not able to be entirely resolved by the end of November. And that is because while we've done our part in terms of processing and assessing the environmental effects, they are either sitting with independent commissioners to go through the notified process, or they are our large proposals that we're waiting for, say, fast track process to come into force, or they are sitting through court processes. So while 136 sounds like quite a number, as an example, 40 or so of those are related to power scheme applications. So they are bundles of consents. Now we expect that, and again noting that a lot of the process from here is outside of our control, that those will be resolved by August, except for the fast track ones. We're not too sure on how they will proceed at the moment. That's August this year as well, just make that clear. Cool, so this is our statutory timeframe compliance. This is tracking really well. So this is overall, this is all of our backlog consents that we dealt with leading up to November and how we're tracking. So this is backlog consents and new work that's come in from December 2023. And you can see our timeframe compliance is steadily increasing, and I expect that our levels of service will be met this year in that regard and continue to climb. And I am just skipping through this quite quickly just in the interest of time, but let me know if you need more detail on any of these. So this just reflects our quality of applications, lifting the quality of applications and the guidance that we've put out to work with our consultants community. Consultants were invited to take part of the development of this What Does Good Look Like material, and we continue to look at what we're messaging on our website and how can we improve the online experience for applicants in the pre-application space. We have seen that this guidance has had a direct impact on the quality of applications that are coming in, and we know that because we measure the numbers of applications returned. We did have a bit of a blip across December, January, February, and that's what we anecdotally think happens is pre-Christmas rush. Everyone does lodge a lot of applications. That pulls through into our stats end of January, February because of the RMA shutdown times, and then we need to go through the applications, and it is a pattern that repeats every year. So that's what we put it down to. That's anecdotal. We don't have any clear data on it. Cool. Another of our levels of service is looking at the ratio, and this was a new level of service that we introduced through sustainable consents delivery, and that measures, are we putting out more work than we are getting in? And this ratio is tracking really well. We've stayed over 1 for many months now, which is fantastic, but also important to note that our overall volume of work in the system has stayed at a more sustainable level. So that's what that graph is showing you. The overall applications in our system are down at a level that the team has capacity to move through and deal with. So that's a really helpful measurement to keep measuring and an eye on. And this is important for the numbers of renewals that will be coming in to make sure that we're able to balance the workflows. And again, maybe my favourite graph, or not. This is what is coming over the next few years. So you can see that we have a large number of discharge and water permits that will need to be reassessed. Now, the complexity of these renewals can, in a lot of cases, be a more complex framework for applicants than what they would have experienced back when they last went through the consenting process 10 or 15 years ago. And that's because the planning framework's changed over that time, but also the receiving environments have in a lot of cases. So there may be less water available, they might have changed their activity. Sometimes they're doing a lesser activity. In that case, those ones are very easy for us to put through quite quickly. And sometimes it's the other way where intensification has occurred, or the activity, we know more about the receiving environment and the impact that it's having, and they can be more complex. Now we have pulled together a proactive renewals team who work from across ECAN to help consent holders and applicants to start engaging with what we're going to need to know for the consenting process. And that's getting some good results and buy-in from consultants and consent holders across the region already. Lastly, our budget is on track and looking like we will end the financial year in line with what we budgeted. So another good news point. So moving forward, what the team will be focusing on, and you'll hear a bit more about the compliance improvements. We'll be making sure that the consent side of the regulatory function is aligned with the compliance improvements so that the two tie together really well. Focusing on getting our renewals right and making sure that we've got the right resourcing in the right place, and setting applicants up really well with the information that they need so that once they're in the consent process, it goes as smoothly as possible. And we'll obviously be implementing any changes to the fees and charges through the annual plan process. Cool. And I think we move on to questions now, through you, Chair.
Thanks, Paul and Aurora. It's great to see that we've finally got rid of the backlog, and you have to be congratulated for that. And let's hope we can maintain that traction going forward. So, Councillor East.
Thank you, and look, congratulations for a good progress on what was a pretty messy situation before. Two questions, and they go back to the slide clearing the black backlog. The second bullet point, you said at the end of November, all had been decided or had an action plan in place for reaching a decision. My question really on this one is, how many of these are in an action plan, and are they still in an action plan, or will we resolve them?
So 136 at the bottom bullet point there, they are the ones that had an action plan attached to it. So that was where we knew what our notification recommendation and our final substantive recommendation would be, and the pathway that the application would need to go through, so around whether it be limited or public notification or court process or fast track, and that we'd engaged with the applicants, and so they knew where things were. So, of the 136, 40, I think it is, might be slightly lower than 40, are going through notified process. The rest are either linked to fast track processes or are in the court space.
Just a supplementary then, that 136, I mean, I like what's been happening, and I'm not critical of what's been happening, but I perhaps like to see a bit of a dashboard of where some of these consents are tracking, and, you know, what the consent is. It seems to be only a handful of them now, and how far they are through the process. And again, you say at the end of February, 136 remain to be resolved, and for me, I'd sort of like to sort of know what's the age range of these. You know, are some of them just a few months, or do some of them go back a number of years? So that's the sort of information I would like to see going forward, so that we've got perhaps a handle on a few of the specific consents that might be causing.
So all of the ones that are outside of a court process or outside of a fast track approval process, they've been notified and they're waiting for the substantive decision or the hearing. So that involves putting on commissioners and then working through that process. And we expect that to all be done by August. But we can provide the detail that you've asked for, because we do track all of that. Yeah.
Councillor Karakia.
Tēnā kōrua. Hey, thank you for the paper, and congratulations or commiserations for having 136, probably less now. So I engaged with Mahanui Kurutaio, then Aoraki Environmental Consultancy, Ōkaha, and also with Kaikoura. I haven't received two from Kaikoura or Ōkaha, but definitely have got some good feedback from MKT and also AEC. And the thing, the commonality here, the general consensus is that October, November and December 2024 was hard due to the pressure from the backlog. ECAN employed many more staff to help and had a big expectation of those too. So that was the common one. It's interesting with your paper actually around, what's coming up, because that's actually one of their concerns around the consent renewals actually in 2025, and you've actually highlighted that here. What my question is, there's actually two. One is your next step for sustainable consents delivery. You've got 4 points there, but there's no actual engagement with Papatupu Runanga, particularly through their environmental services. I would have thought that there would have been a point there that the proactiveness of this is also really important to identify the Papatupa Runanga Environmental Services.
Thanks, Councillor Karakia. I take your point, actually. It's really important work, so you can be assured that that work is happening, especially with AEC and MKT, as you've alluded to. So, and that's quite a big piece of work, because to fully understand and implement the changes that we need to do to support the different entities, that's going to be quite a lot of work and quite a lot of next steps, so we can reflect that in the next presentation. And the idea being that MKT and AEC are ready for that conversation, so that's happening. In fact, we had a really, really detailed conversation this Monday, actually, with AEC. The idea being we would work with the other entities as and when they're ready as well. So that's quite a big piece of work that we should reflect in this presentation. So I take your point.
Yeah, kia ora. And I know that you highlighted in 36 as well, in that engagement significance and Māori participation, I just think needs to be highlighted. So thank you for that. Hey, final point is that, and I know, and good on you guys, a pat on the back, but it might be an idea to share the love as well, particularly because some of them, I know that early 2025, there was, and maybe you're having a luncheon with them shortly, and basically is that actually just to acknowledge the work that they've put in, but also to actually strengthen the relationship even further.
With MKT, I think it's next week, to speak to some of the new staff and to say thank you for the work that they've done. So that's one. We've said, our support through the backlog via the entities was significant and was greatly appreciated. What we need to do is, through our ongoing conversations, is to continue to reflect that support, because as you point out, the renewals will be a big piece of work for them as well. So my attitude to this is I want to fully understand what they need from us in order to meet those challenges as well. So, but yes, Monday I think it's next Monday with MKT to meet new staff and say thank you for the support they gave us.
Councillor Mackay.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. I'll just go back to the previous question, if I may. Thanks very much for just enlarging a little bit on points, was it 17? Around the numbers. I guess for me that's actually highlighted my understanding of the 1,200 consent backlog, because I had assumed that was individual applications rather than an application which might include 3 or 4 different consents. So the 136 that you've talked about is referencing consents. So it might only be a handful, obviously, of applicants. Now, so there's quite a bit of a different understanding there, which I think hopefully I'm not the only one that's been in that space. Pleased to see where we are, definitely acknowledge the work that the team's done. And I do know there was some issues. There were some pressure points at the end in November. I heard about them. So, acknowledge the fact that you've got these action plans in place. With regards to these roughly 40 odd, and I'm still assuming that might be less on an individual's basis that have got to go through the notification process. You allude to the fact that there's some capacity issues around hearing commissioners. We've heard about that at RHC as well. We know that there's some staff are having trouble getting the availability lined up of particular hearing commissioners, particularly those that we want with a lot of experience rather than somebody that's just coming to the table for the first time. Is there any reason, do you understand that there's any reason why this pool seems to be a little constrained at the time? Is there some consenting issues or court cases maybe that are a bit worrisome for the responsibilities that hearing commissioners might be cautious about?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm not aware of any sort of court cases or processes that put commissioners off. In a way, that's largely part of the role of being a commissioner, is that there is always natural justice process in terms of things continuing to proceed down a litigious pathway after they've made their decision, and the training that they and experience that they come with. It is something that is part and parcel with the job that they do. In terms of capacity, there's been a number of things going on in terms of we've had commissioners that we would usually use being involved in other regions' planning processes, and also the fast track commissioners in the new freshwater commissioner process. So that has impacted some people's availability. With the lack of planning progression that's come out, that has meant that we've been able to actually secure some of those people who had indicated that they were not available because of plan processes to be back for consent making, which has been really helpful. That said, we have been proactively approaching through the regional sector other commissioners that come highly recommended by other councils that we may not have used in Canterbury. So we are looking further afield, which does come with some additional cost if there's travel involved, and often we will try and put those applications where decisions can be made on paper to commissioners further afield to balance that cost for applicants. But that is, we do have some flex in the system to be able to access further afield commissioners should we need it, if it was looking like it was going to impact our ability to move things through. But at the moment the team's balancing it well, and commissioners are very good at juggling their availability for us to squeeze things in where possible. Yeah.
Just a supplementary, if I may, very small one. So given that we are having to juggle and that we've got a number of applicants there with consent still to go through the process of notification and then hearing, how does that affect, or these legacy consents affect our current consenting processes that may also be going through a notification process? Is there a primacy for those legacy ones?
So the legacy ones should all have been notified by now, so it's just waiting for the hearing and decision. And in cases where there is essentially a queue for a resource, maybe there is a number of water takes that are waiting, that's where we would need to decide a legacy consent and have the decision back, and the appeal period closed before we could proceed. But generally we're able to run them in parallel. I'm only aware of one situation that we've got currently where that's there's a queuing issue. Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Sacknell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for this paper. Really appreciate where we've got to today from where we were. My question relates to the lifting of quality of applications, and I'm pleased to see that we have those guidances and guidelines there. And I guess my question sort of relates to what is the required standard? Is this our standard or is it an RMA standard? I think you probably answered the question over and what's coming of the complexity. So I guess I get constantly challenged at times by consultants saying the same application is accepted wherever, but not an ECAN. So it's the complexity that we require as opposed to maybe a lack of process under an RMA kind of deal when consent applications come in.
Great question, and there is a lot that goes into that. So in some cases, yes, we've got vastly different planning framework, and around the matters of, say, discretion for an activity, an applicant may need to highlight or put more emphasis on those matters that we are directed to look at through the plan, than where in another region it might be there's no discretion there at all, so it's not a factor. The things that we need to look at to make sure an application is complete is set out in the RMA, but it's also informed by court cases as well, so common law, and what the court has found when things have gone through the process. So it does get quite complex when you're looking at what's acceptable, especially when you're looking at water allocation elements and should somebody have done a pump test or not, and that sort of thing, because it can be determined by a court case that's gone through to say this is the required standard in law. But in general, that was the thinking behind the what does good look like, to work with consultants to go, this is our agreed position for accepting applications and what we expect. And we are continually trying to get consistency in our Section 88 acceptance decisions. And it is a work in progress.
Councillor Swiggs.
Just very quickly, the graph you show of our what's coming up. Do we have confidence that we will be able to have the capacity internally to do this work, but more importantly, externally, and the third parties that are involved in this consenting process? And what are the potential changes that you see on the horizon around those third parties' involvements in terms of this consenting process, and will that help us or make things more difficult? I'm quite worried about it.
That's quite a big question, and it all depends on what comes out of central government. But provided the status quo goes through, and at the moment we've got our planning framework is set, and there'll obviously be further iterations of that. At the moment, we're resourced for the next 4 years, and I can confidently say that the team can handle that. After that, it would be prudent to look at what is the rule framework, what's come out of central government, and what are we seeing in the receiving environment. We've also, through the Sustainable Consents Delivery, we've dropped our reliance on suppliers as well, so there's always capacity to use more suppliers if something untoward was happening in terms of numbers of applications. And that has in turn meant that there's, I think, more availability for applicants to access the people that they need to, with us doing more things in-house. So.
Councillor Southworth.
Thank you. Thanks. And yeah, just to reiterate the guidance, it's great to see that something which, at least on the surface, sounds simple, has made such a benefit. And I wonder what other parts of our organisation that might actually be useful to lesson takeaway. In terms of a question, and again, this is sort of connecting to what Councillor Karakia was talking about, but his point being around the Runanga entities, the environmental entities. But really understanding, so I think from a governance point of view, it'd be really helpful to understand where the sort of levels of effort, both geographically and in terms of consent types and so on, getting like that big picture in the context of like the consents, then feeds through to compliance, feeds through, and then seeing how does that feed through to what the planners are thinking about in terms of the policy development and the framework notification for 2028, and how we can, or how much room there is then in terms of the influence around these renewals that we see coming forward, but also anticipating additional consenting for activities either similar to what we do now or perhaps change of land use or whatever else. So it'd be really good to see that broader picture. I don't think I've ever really understood, because, one consent is not the same as another consent. There's huge differences in terms of the levels of effort, the staffing requirements, the specialism, so on. So it'd be, I guess it's a plea more than but could you bring something back as a team, giving that broader picture of those variabilities? That's one question.
I think the answer is yes, we can, and perhaps we should as well. In terms of the work with the compliance improvement programme is designed to inform, eventually, I suppose, a plan that will inform better consents, and that connection is really important. So I think yes, we'll endeavour to bring that connection through future reporting. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you. And then a question about the funding. So later on in the report, it mentions, I think it's $12 million is expected to come in, which is what the budget anticipated. And so can I just have confirmation, is that where we have a 56% of user pays is being met this financial year? So that 12 million represents 56% of the total compliance costs for this?
Yes, that's right.
Councillor Kreml.
Kia ora kōrua. I had 4 points there through the chair. Sorry, buddy. But it's because through Councillor Korako and Southworth, it's down to 3. So lucky. Hey, just a philosophical question, just on point 4, just an understanding, and we talked about this when we were pre-briefing, degrading receiving environments. Just kind of, if public read that, what is it?
It is quite an common RM language, but it should have potentially said, rather than degrading, it should have said degraded. So it's something that we have to measure in our assessment of environmental effects. And in some catchments, we do have data to suggest that the receiving environments are going in the wrong direction. And that's what that point is alluding to, because it is one of the key considerations in the consenting process to weigh up is the activity. Or what is the activity that we are measuring? What's the impact going to be on the receiving environment? And where we've got degraded catchments, the mitigations that we expect to see from that activity are a lot higher.
And just the point before that, it says complex regulatory. If there is degrading and or degraded, therefore we do need quite strong regulatory frameworks to make sure that we're protecting those environments and making sure that the ones aren't degraded don't become degraded. So it's therefore they probably need to be complexed. So therefore they can cover a lot of the things that we're trying to fix. So yeah, I mean I just kind of read that there was kind of diminishing some of the regulatory frameworks that have been in place, like Te Mana o Te Wai, etc., to kind of counteract the degraded or degrading receiving environment. So that's just a point that I wanted to get across. Moving on, just on this graph here, and kind of Councillor Swiggs, Councillor Southworth have already kind of covered some of it, but in a sense of, and then we're talking about prees through Councillor Korako and point 37. So moving forward, so probably a lot more pressure coming back on the prees. Can we kind of break that up, catchment to zone to prees, runanga, in a sense? So, I mean, you're probably going to do it anyway, Paul, but just so they know what's coming forward, so they can prepare if they need extra staff and whatever and those kind of things. So I think that'd be good planning to moving forward. And my last, you don't have to answer that one because you're probably going to do it. My last point is 33. I'll just move down to it. Just in the last sentence on 33, work is happening to ensure our staff are interpreting cultural elements of proposals correctly and providing better feedback as decisions are made. So probably for you, Paul, how is that happening, and how are you kind of probably upskilling our staff to make sure that they can actually do that?
Thanks. Good questions. In terms of the last question, we're having very specific, early stages, but really specific conversations with MKT and AEC because they're ready for that particular debate and conversation, which is resulting into some sort of agreement around how you would tackle a problem like renewals as you encounter it. So that's one thing, and the outcome of that, I suppose, in the not too distant future will be that with that agreement, how we support each other through a process like that. We've also got quite a few experienced staff from a cultural competency perspective that are helping bring up the competency of the wider team, but also we've got the opportunity to maybe through some of those roles have some specific responsibilities around our cultural relationships. So it's a number of actions all at the same time. I think probably what I'm picking up from your questions is the next time we present a little bit more by the way of how well we're going on with those conversations would be helpful, because I think I'd like to report to you the next time that we've spoken to other entities as well and we've started those conversations.
Okay, team. Just before we move on to Councillor Mackenzie, we're nearly at our 2-hour limit. So what I was planning on doing was that we will finish the questions and then we will stop for lunch, and then we'll come back after lunch and finish the second stage of moving the motion and any further discussion. So do I have someone to move that we can extend the meeting?
I'll move.
Thanks, Councillor Cromwell. Seconder. Thanks, Councillor Southworth. All those in favour say aye. Against? Carried. Okay, Councillor Mackenzie.
I'll try and be brief, but and it's to do with that bar graph that's just disappeared. But the discharge permits, there's 2 bumps. Is that because they're granted for shorter terms, and they're all going to be repeated within that graph?
Sorry, I don't know why that's disappeared, but I can answer your question. The bumps are related to when we put in place common catchment expiries, so that relates to catchments coming through.
But if you look at the, is it because they granted? The discharge consents are normally consented for a shorter period, and so it looks to me, given the timeframes, that that's actually a repeat of the consenting process for those consents, because there's about 12 years between the 2 bumps, and is that assuming therefore that the consent conditions aren't going to be robust enough to actually give you certainty of environmental outcomes? I mean, if you get what I'm asking. So I mean, if we're putting consent conditions on consents, which are meant to be delivering environmental outcomes, do we need to be repeating those consents on a relatively short time frame, or if you have enough confidence in your consent conditions, can you extend the time frames and therefore lower the workload? And my second question really is around the difference between the Section 13 and Section 9 land use consents. I get what Section 9 land use consents are, but Section 13 relates to riverbeds and lake beds. So is that a land use consent, or is that a slight misdefinition? Just, yeah.
Okay, I'll deal with your first question first. Yes, those they will be related to sort of the duration of consent. So I think the average is around 12 years, exactly what you've touched on. Now, important to note that we do try and keep consistent durations, and in some cases, something weird and wonderful comes out of central government, and we need to follow that direction in terms of consent duration. So you'll recall when the MPS FM came in with the whole suite of associated requirements, that meant that we needed to line up durations, and that significantly shortened what we could put out. That said, it is also up to the applicant to be proposing a duration in line with the mitigations that they've put forward. And that does mean that we do get inconsistencies in duration.
So just a follow-up question on that, if I may, with your indulgence, Mr. Chair, Aurora. So if, let's say, we're taking stormwater discharge from urban environment, and the Three Waters, or whatever they now call it, is going to improve the outcomes from that, it is possible that by working on the outcomes you're looking for in the first refloat of consent renewals, you might be able to push out that second workload for discharges further out. I mean, if for sake of argument, urban stormwater discharges now have to, will be required to meet a standard by which they suddenly becomes less of an issue from an environmental perspective, then presumably you won't need to renew those consents quite so often. Is that one way of trying to deal with the potential workload that's coming forward?
Simply put, the more robust the mitigations that are put in place, and if we've got confidence in those mitigations that they're going to meet any concerns that we have about the impact, then that leads itself to longer durations. Yeah, absolutely. And in terms of your question around Section 13, yes, that is related to land use and elements, and it's normally in a package, so there's works in the bed of a river that can cross over into land use activities as well.
Thank you. Councillor Edge.
I think my question was really related to page 18, clause 4, but it's really been answered by you through Councillor Cramwell's comment about how degraded environments, in order to make sure those receiving environments are protected and looked after, that you're dealing with those, and it's a bit more complex. Thanks.
Okay, is there any more questions? Just Aurora, before you leave the table, on behalf of this committee, we'd just like to thank you for all your hard work you've done for Environment Canterbury, and it's been a pleasure having you here, and I've enjoyed working with you as a first term councillor, and you've helped me understand a few more things, and we wish you all the very best in your new position at NZTA, and hopefully we might see your smiley face somewhere again another day, somewhere else. So thanks very much, and we wish you all the best on behalf of this committee. Yeah, you may leave the table. What we're going to do now is we might stop for lunch, and then we'll come back and carry on with this paper.
1:05.
1:05. Thank you. Okay, team, can we have everyone to the table, please? And can I have your attention? The meeting is now open and we're online. I welcome Councillor Burns and Duce online. And we move on to moving.
It's pronounced DJ.
Okay. We'll move on to agenda item 8.1, Sustainable Consents Delivery Progress. And that the Regional Delivery Committee receives the update of the progress being made to implement sustainable consent delivery. And number 2, endorses the next steps in the implementation of sustainable consent delivery to continued improvements in efficiency and productivity of consenting services that meet the anticipated demand for consent renewal. So I have someone to move that motion. Thank you, Councillor Mackay, seconded by Councillor Mackenzie. I'll now open up for any discussion. Is there any discussion? Okay, if there's not any discussion, all those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Yeah. I was worried it was going to go the other way. Sorry. Okay, now we move on to 8.2, compliance update, and this is in your agenda on pages 26 to 33, with the recommendations on page 26. I now ask for Paul, GM Regulatory Services, and Jennifer Roqueford to come forward and present this. Did you want to introduce this paper, Claire? Sorry.
No, other than it's the second major work program in our environmental regulation and protection core service. I think there's, from the interest this morning, there'll be some questions around clarity and that this paper's generated. So, no, I'll pass over to staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Claire.
I'll just hand directly to Jen to go through the presentation.
Kia ora. Through the chair, I'll just run through the presentation I have for the paper, and then we can take some questions. As usual format for this compliance update, it's in 2 parts. So we cover what is the current delivery for this financial year, and then we also cover off the work that we're doing for the compliance improvement project. The last update was on 13th of November to this committee, and we followed the same format. So for compliance delivery for the first 8 months of the year, we have undertaken 2,599 inspections, but that relates to 2,200 in resource consents. So that means that there's some resource consents that we monitor more than once in the first 8 months of the year. The majority of those have been compliant, so that's around 75%, and we've had 50 significant non-compliance for various activities across the region. For incident response, for the year to date, we have 2,128 incidents that have been reported. 3 of those have been significant non-compliance. The vast majority is low-risk non-compliance for various activities. I did pull some just quick numbers because that's a very high level of low-risk non-compliance. And so there was 422 relating to smoke from burning, 288 relating to rubbish or waste, and 235 relating to odor. And then the remaining are all sorts of other various categories, so it's quite widespread, the incidents that we have received. So going into the work that we're doing to transform our compliance service, this is just a reminder of, or just a a reminder of what we discussed at previous briefings. So the purpose of this work is to help resource users comply. That means we need to set ourselves up internally as Environment Canterbury to enable resource users to demonstrate their compliance. And so we have been focusing in the Rākaihautū area. That is because the way that we're doing this work is by using live work to understand how we need to help our officers do their job well and how we need to support our resource users or our consent holders to be able to demonstrate that compliance. So between where we started this project and now, some of the key things that we have learned are that we need to monitor the activity of the customer in a place or property rather than monitoring one consent at a time. You heard from Aurora before the break talking about, or I think it was Councillor Mackay actually was reflecting that, when someone applies for a consent, they often apply for a bundle because our people in the community do not do a Section 9 or a Section 13. They do an activity, and they do that activity in a place. But the way that we've been managing compliance is monitoring one consent at a time rather than understanding that people doing an activity are actually doing something in a place. And so we need to understand that from a compliance perspective and monitor activity of the customer in a place rather than one consent at a time. The other thing we've learned is we need to help resource users comply by setting up our internal system. So it is very difficult for many consent holders to demonstrate their compliance by sending that into us and then receiving a reply that says, thank you, you are meeting the requirements of your resource consent. It's a very manual process. So most of our effort in compliance is us going out and monitoring. We want to flip that. It is the resource user, the consent holder, sending us that information so that we can assess compliance and we can determine risk. So that's the next one is we will make decisions to audit compliance based on risk and organizational priority. So the core of the work that we've been doing this year is just simply understanding how to assess risk. What are the parameters that we would develop to determine what the risk is? I'm still on the slide, yeah. And the best thing about the work so far is having Aoraki Environmental embedded in the improvement team, understanding the perspective of mana whenua, or just Aotowhenua, in that risk assessment. Then there's a huge amount of work that probably won't be as visible to council because it's very operational. But what we're trying to do is remove the administrative burden from our staff. They spend a lot of time understanding the place that they're going to monitor, a lot of time writing reports, an enormous amount of administrative tasks that we would like to remove from them so that they're able to do the work that is productive and helps our resource users comply. So the service measure that we have in place, Service Measure 5, is the percentage of resource users improving their compliance status in a set of targeted categories. At our last session, we identified the targeted categories that we're going to focus on. So the first one is activities within prioritized drinking water protection zones. The second one are simple water takes in prioritized areas. The 4, 5, 6, 7 are changed. So we've changed the wording of those to better reflect the approach we're taking. So when we brought these categories to you last time, it said non-compliance in high, medium risk activities. But that brings us back to looking at consent by consent, rather than looking at an activity on a property. So we're changed the words to prioritized high, medium risk activities in north, central, south, and urban. So that's been a change from the last one. I will dive into these in further slides, what we've done to date. So just as another reminder, everything is central. This risk matrix is central to everything that we're doing in the change in the compliance improvement project, that we want to populate this matrix for all the activities in compliance. We want you as a council to understand the risk that we were holding in our compliance service, and therefore the work that we need to do or the capacity that we need to have in order to deliver on a risk that's comfortable for you and for the community. So just along the bottom there is an inherent risk of the activity. That is something that the resource user cannot change. So on the left-hand side, the L column, which is low, would be possibly an on-site wastewater system for a domestic house. On the right-hand side, the high column would be a municipal wastewater system. The inherent risk for a municipal wastewater system is high compared to a domestic home. However, on the Y column, this is how that consent holder resource user is managing their activity. And they have control over that, and we have the ability to help them demonstrate and lower the risk because of the actions that they're doing and how they're demonstrating their compliance. What we talked about at the last briefing is we're currently unable to go from level 2 to level 1 because we're not enabling them to submit that information and understand that they're getting a response back that they meet the requirements. And so the measure for service measure 5 is we're moving from level 4 to level 3 or level 3 to level 2, or even better, level 4 to level 1. That's the intention. So for the first targeted category, drinking water protection zone, trial zones. So the reason I'm saying the word trial here is because this year is to set the baseline. The baseline means that we're understanding the risk parameters that go into the risk matrix. And so we're focusing on these areas to help us understand when we go into the next financial year and we have to demonstrate that we're improving the compliance status. We're doing the work now to understand what are we going to have to do next year to actually lower the risk in other community drinking water supplies. So Lower Waiha, I know you all know how important that one is and the issues that we have had in that area. So we're trialing this one right now to we're ensuring that the required resource consents are in place, particularly the land use consents to farm. We're also auditing all the dairy effluent consents and the related permitted activities. And we're also noting that the community drinking water supply zone has been developed for E. coli, not for nitrates. And so we've had to go further afield than the community drinking water supply so we could address the nitrate issue in this area. So all of this is good learnings for us for when we go into further community drinking water supplies. In Rākaihautū, because this has been our focus area for the improvement work, the main focus for us here is how to support an officer to go out and do monitoring in this area. So how do we give them a good basic understanding of the place that they're visiting so that they're not going to several different databases to understand the site that they're inspecting. In Rākaihautū, mainly it was dairy farms. However, there was a very high level of compliance. There weren't a lot of issues to fix. However, if there were any issues, we were able to fix those quickly. So we would have been able to demonstrate improvement for those small number of non-compliances. We did have one unconsented on-site wastewater system at which we're going to have to understand how to work with that landowner. But that leads us into Whakatau, which is where we have lots of, or relatively lots of unconsented on-site wastewater systems. Kaikoura, sorry, apologies, Kaikoura.
Is that the Rākaihautū touch?
It's just south of Kaikoura. It's just. Oh, sorry. To be honest, I'm not sure. I'm not sure exactly where it is. It's a community water supply. So it doesn't necessarily. Community water supplies don't necessarily have to be for a whole township. It could just be for a small number of homes. It's a defined community drinking water supply. So I would say that it's not for the township. It's for several properties within the community. So Pekata is, there's many residential properties that require a resource consent for their on-site wastewater system. And this is because they are within a community drinking water supply. And they, while they understand now that they require one, they didn't know that previously. So if we think about our risk framework, Category 4, the high risk, isn't simply because someone has a history of noncompliance or there's some mismanagement. It can also be because they are uninformed. So we have many, and I know you've had briefings on this previously, we have, I think it's approximately 900 on-site wastewater systems that are unconsented in community drinking water supplies. And so we're using this project to understand what are we going to do. And that's further work to come to you. That's not what I'm going to brief you on today, but this is the work that we're doing to understand if we're going to go and assess community drinking water supplies from a compliance perspective, what is the work that we need to do now to prepare for that? And this is a big piece of work for us, is to understand what support do we give, if any, to the households and properties within the community drinking water supplies that require resource consent for on-site wastewater system, and very likely need to update those systems, which is the cost issue. So we'll use all this work to help us understand the parameters for risk in the risk matrix. So that's the drinking water protection zone targeted category. The next one is simple water takes. And so this is where we want to, so that map has been presented to you previously. So we already understand very well the varying complexity of our water use consents. So we have them categorized in buckets, bucket 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And so bucket 1s are one consent to take groundwater with one abstraction point, 1 meter. There's no low flow restrictions, no complex allocations. They're just simple consent conditions, which makes it easier for us to automate. The bucket 2s are one consent to take groundwater with one or two water abstraction points, 1 or 2 meters, and no low flow conditions. And then bucket 3 is a catch-all. Bucket 4 is when you get into adaptive management and surface water and things like that. And bucket 5s are very large scales. So at the moment, when I say simple water takes, we're looking at bucket 1 and bucket 2. And so currently, we want them, so currently you're able to submit your water data, but for us to assess compliance, it's very manual. And so we're wanting to automate that. And so just for a little bit of context, we have automated systems in place to receive the water abstraction data from data providers who work on behalf of the consent holder. These systems have been in place since 2015. We currently receive 15-minute data intervals for more than 5,500 water abstraction points for more than 20 data providers. This equates to over 500,000 data points being added to the data store every day. So it's enormous. And due to the volume of data, there are many complexities with data management and data quality. There are improvements that we need to make in that automated assessment. So they send the data in, but there might be data gaps, there might be spikes, there might be issues with the data. How do we automate that better? John's nodding, Councillor Sunkel's nodding. And then when we go into the compliance end, how do we automate that? So you should be able to send the data in and get a note back that says, oh, there's an issue with your data, or thank you, you're adhering to the obligations of your resource consent. So that's all we're trying to do there, is for those simple water takes, bucket 1s and 2s, make it easier for those consent holders to submit their data and receive an understanding of their compliance. For the last categories, so that's for the prioritized high, medium risk activities in North, Central, South, and urban Canterbury. We are working to populate this matrix for all the compliance activities that occur. And so we want to identify the high risk activities in those 4 locations that we need to go out and reduce the compliance risk. So we're most concerned about the H4s, M4s, H3s, that end of the risk matrix. If we have a lot of those up there, that's where we need to focus our efforts and bring them down. But as I've been talking about earlier, we're still also looking at that area from the level 2 into the level 1, allowing them to demonstrate their compliance. But for those 4 targeted categories that are for those place-based, the high and medium risk, that's where we're focusing, is in that top right-hand corner. We want to bring them down. Right, so this is my final slide. So next steps are to continue to focus on a specific location, although you can see that we're starting to go out as required, and we're trialing different risk-based approaches. We're establishing the baseline, so that's just really critical, that this year is just establishing a baseline. We do not have to demonstrate an improvement in compliance status. We're basically just resetting the foundations for compliance. So it's not consent by consent. We are doing our work based on an understanding of the risk in the compliance program. And then the last one there is giving you better reporting as a council. So I'm desperate to get us away from those first couple slides of this is the work that we've done. I feel it just shows busyness. It doesn't tell you anything about whether we're improving the compliance risk, whether we're helping, reduce the non-compliance, and therefore people are actually demonstrating their compliance to us. So I'm desperate to get you some better reporting so you can understand the risk and what capacity we're going to have or going to need. The last one, though, before you bring it up, we will continue to engage with the entities, especially the ones that aren't already embedded, meaning AEC. So we have Aotearoa Environmental embedded in the Compliance Improvement Project team. They literally come in, they're contracted to sit with our project team. They are in the team, they're seeing everything, and they're having input. It's working incredibly well. The other entities we're still in early discussions, but we are talking to them. We are, showing them the slides, what we're trying to do, and potential for how they can engage, especially at the front end of this risk, how to assess risk. And so at this current point, the indication is they're wanting to have input into the parameters for risk rather than on the ground, but we still haven't had all those conversations long enough with the other entities to really understand how they want to engage in the compliance program. Kia ora.
Okay. Excuse me. Thanks, Jennifer, for the update. Councillor Scott.
Yeah, thanks, Jen. This is awesome. I finally feel like we're making some progress here in terms of this and bundling activities together and assessing risk and changing to risk activities rather than individual consents. Well, that should free up some. The other thing I really like about what you're talking about is, self-reporting. We do it in other areas. I mean, we do it in things like taxation, GST, and audit those processes rather than the individual activities. So I think that's great. My question is, and I think it's really on point that you're saying you don't apply for 15 consents on the one property. You know, you might need 15. You won't even need 15, but maybe 5 or 6 you might need. So therefore, that risk assessment of what's going on with those, does that change the way things get reported then? So if one of those is risky, does that make the whole thing risky?
That's what we're working on now. And so that's the question. So maybe, you know, like a farm, we know we already do submit information around your audit report. So the grade will have a consideration, but there may be an issue with water data. And so all of that has to be considered. And so that's exactly the work that we're doing now. So it's much easier to do it consent by consent. But when you bundle it onto a property, you know, so how do we really know we're focusing in those really risky areas? The other thing is, I feel like we're doing two things. So it's what are the sites that are highest risk that we need to go and send someone to ensure the conversations are being had in agreement on what are the actions you need to do to reduce or to improve compliance or reduce the risk. But on the other end, we're focusing on all these systems to enable demonstration of compliance. You know, so there's an enormous amount that can come in there. So it's your verification certificates, it's your management plans, it's your NCAP, it's your, I'm trying to think of something that's not rural. You know, but there's an enormous amount of information that can come in an automated way. I also think that we're probably going to find on the lower, if we have a lot in L2 or in L3, well, L2 probably, and if we find that we can get a lot of activities into an L1 space, it's probably a permitted activity. And we've then set ourselves up to enable reporting for a permitted activity. You know, it's such a low-risk activity. We're enabling reporting, so we're getting information about what's happening. And so we have to consider, is this something that consent is required, or can we manage it as a permitted activity?
Just a comment more than, I don't want you to answer this at all, but I think within individual systems, there's a reasonable level of compliance around things, but then there's this really buggy thing which is called, you know, when you bundle them all together, there is a risk. So that's that, I can't even think of the term at the moment, but the cumulative effect, if you like. And we get judged on cumulative effect. I mean, we get judged in terms of water quality and like Lanavia and places like that. But if you went around at every individual, they're probably there or thereabouts in terms of their compliance. So to me, that's the emerging thing that we need to consider. And I don't know how you do that, and I don't want you to answer that question, Jen, but that's just a comment.
Through the chair, am I able to just make a comment? What we're doing here, though, is managing compliance risk. So what I want to do is give confidence to our council and to our community that we're undertaking our compliance service well. So if there's an issue, it may not be compliance. And so if we understand better what we need to do in compliance, so in the next financial year, we'll move more into activity by activity based assessments. And so if we understand what we need in compliance, we're then able to say, this is the policy. This is what we need changed in the policy. These are the consent conditions that we require so that the consent holder is sending in the information in the right place at the right time in the right format. And so we're focusing on compliance to inform, are there policy changes needed or are there changes to consent conditions? But we're not trying to solve all the outcomes that are required by council. We just want to give you confidence that we're doing everything we can in compliance.
Thank you for that, Jennifer. Councillor Sacknell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the report. I think the numbers are pretty good given the complexity of what is required out there to be compliant. And I guess for myself, as a consumer of such compliance, we are doing more than two things in a sense at times. And I guess I asked the question, an audited farm plan that comes out with an A, and you've had someone on the farm that's gone through and looked at the practical and pragmatic and say, yes, this farm is compliant. And then the next day we can have a compliance officer walk in and go, you're non-compliant here, there, and there. Therefore, you need to do this or apply for a new consent. There's a real challenge for me as a consumer of those products, being told on day one that I'm fully compliant and I'm doing everything right for the receiving environment, and then having a compliance officer coming in and saying, oh, but from a regulatory point of view, you're not. What then is the point and role of an audited farm plan if we then turn around and relitigate? I'm being a wee bit provocative, but that's a challenge that I've had put to me quite often in the community now as we are taking that sort of Rākaihautū approach.
So you're not the only one, to the chair. So right now, our focus is on understanding how to populate that risk matrix. In the next financial year, the improvement work will move into activity by activity assessment. And so one of those will be, what is the compliance work for rural? So what does a compliance officer go and do when they go and visit farm in the context that there is a audited farm environment plan and water requirements? We have to, all I can say right now is we have to look at that, and that is planned to look at what is the role of compliance when we have an audited farm environment plan going on. So I can commit to an assessment on that.
Yeah, thank you for that, because when we try to simplify, it might simplify things for the organisation, but I fear a bit of complexity for the consumer on the other side, and the work and effort to comply with one and comply with another and another. So it would be good if we could get that balance of what does one look like against the other, and reduce some of that regulatory burden that seems to double up at times. So thank you for the work that you're continuing to do.
Councillor Cranwell.
Kia ora korua. Tēnā korua. Thanks for the paper. Great reading. Thanks, Jen. I really like your work on the compliance improvement work and the way you brought in AEC. It's kind of I see it as a pilot, how you're going to work with other entities and things. And then, how you can take that work and move it to the other entities. I suppose, I'm pretty happy with everything you've been doing, and I know you've been travelling down there personally and working very hard with AEC. Just probably more of a timeline, maybe working with the other runanga. So maybe if we could probably see, I know Kaikoura has been strong on compliance because they're kind of happy, in the last paper, kind of happy with, where the consenting is going and, and the process that's been there. But and then once you've approved the consent, of course, compliance is the, CME is kind of big for them, and compliance being that. So, so next time probably Nook is up in Kaikoura, working with Kaikoura especially, knowing a kind of a time frame, we can work with them, etc.
As I said in the previous, I think we can probably bring a little bit more information to that time frame and the overall intent of that wider program. So yeah, for sure.
Councillor McKenzie.
Yeah, just going back to that, the prioritised drinking water protection zones and the trials you're running there. I know the Rākaihautū one is actually on the north branch of the Ashburton. I've had some concerns about landowners who've been caught up in this trial. So what are you doing? How are you? I think in consenting processes or something, and that's why I was wondering where it was and trying to figure out what was going on. But they, so how have you prioritised those drinking water protection zones? Because the confluence of Pudding Hill Stream and the north branch of the Ashburton, which is pretty rural, it's interesting that that's a prioritised water protection zone, given the nearest township is probably Methven, and it doesn't get water from that area, I don't think.
The intention of all this work we're doing is to understand how to support our officers to do this work in the next financial year. So we've been focusing on this catchment area, and so we had to choose a location to start trialing. And so, as I said, for this, for the Rākaiha, the whole intention is to help the officer have better support on a report on where are they going. What is the compliance status? It's within a community drinking water supply. What do they need to know before they enter a site? And then we're also looking at the reports that they write. So it goes back to discussing around the administrative burden that they have. It wasn't so much because we're focused on that site because we're as concerned about the quality of the community drinking water supply. It was more about understanding the process we're going to follow in the next financial year in order to deliver on improvements all across Canterbury. That was the intention of that one, because that's the area we're focused on. There aren't many community drinking water supplies in the area that we're trialing on at the moment. There's just not that many.
So while you're doing this background work, there shouldn't be any effect on the landowners in the area.
The methodology we are using is we are using live work. So when we went out to visit these sites, we were undertaking compliance monitoring like an officer would normally do. So I don't know what you're referring to, but they would have done a compliance monitoring visit just like they would have done previously. But we want to use that to understand how do we better support that officer and also the landowner in those visits so that we can do this better in the next financial year.
Were the landowners informed of what you were doing? I'm just trying to work out where the issue is here between what I've been told by some of the landowners up there and what you're trying to do, and why there's a. I mean, were they told what the purpose of your trial on the prioritised drinking water protection zone?
They would have been informed just like any other visit that we were coming out to undertake compliance monitoring.
All of that specifically about drinking water protection.
I'm unsure, but possibly not, because it was just a standard monitoring visit, but we wanted to use the outcome of that to improve. It might be something that I might have to, offline understand the issue for this landowner.
And I need to go back to some of the people I've talked to, but their language was quite colourful in terms of they felt like they'd been ambushed a bit, and I don't understand. I didn't understand at the time, and now I'm getting a vaguer picture now. But it would help if when you have maps, you actually have rather than Rākaiha, you actually say where the area is. That would help, and it would also. It'd be interesting to know exactly the nature of what's going on, and the landowners perhaps who are potentially affected having some understanding of what's going on.
Councillor Mackay.
Through you, Chair. Thanks very much for bringing this to us. I've got 3 questions, if I may, but I just want to acknowledge, Jennifer, what I hear, and I do quite like the way that you're going about this from an organisational point of view, landowner and an RMA. I mean, when we've got 28,000 consents and something like 417,000 conditions attached to them, it's a huge obligation on the consent holders and the RMA and the organisation. So we've got to actually get some simplification right at the front end around our consent processes and the conditions. Just some quick questions. You referred to going and doing an activity in a place around. This is around the risk activities. If I just think of a farm, I've got 2, 4, 6, 7 plus industry audits there. So there's multiple activities that are occurring at place. The RMO's now thinking of going in and looking at at the wider spectrum? Because that's what I'm thinking I'm hearing when you answered Councillor Scott and Councillor Sunkel, and probably to a little bit of a degree around Councillor Mackenzie. So yes or no, are they going in and doing multiple activities while they're on farm?
So right now, the risk assessment is just determining where to go. And then when we understand where to go, then we have to understand what do we do when we get there. And so, it may be that when we go to audit a site, we're already informed that, this activity is fine, but we actually need to focus on this activity. And so I think we need to separate out the pre, how do we know where to go based on risk? And then once we get there, what do we do based on an understanding of the site?
Okay, thanks. I think that probably touches on Councillor Mackenzie's, and it's just something for the staff or the organisation to be thinking of, and as us governors as well. It'll be a much different way of communicating our compliance in the role of the RMO. So just that point. Thank you for talking or explaining what a simple water take is. I mean, maybe I was just not listening last time, because this is not the first time we've seen this. And I guess it was one of the questions, so you've answered some of my question that I'd sent in. We collect an annual water fee, $230 per annum for consents that go in, so that's around $1 million or slightly more that's coming in every year. Where's that actually spent? Because surely if we've got I think, what they call them, IPSs or whatever it is, the digital transfer across and the monitoring and data, I mean, I'm finding it quite surprising that we haven't got something that's very automated up and going by now. I can see that perhaps the AI working group, when it comes on board, might be quite keen to see what staff are thinking of in this space.
The annual charge goes to staff. So it doesn't go to digital to build tools. It's funding staff to manage the over 500,000 data points being added to the data store every day. And so it's simply going, looking at all the gaps or, managing data quality issues, all that stuff. So none of that fund goes to digital improvement projects or to automation. However, there is funding. So in the compliance improvement project, we are doing work to improve the automation. Well, that's exactly what this targeted category is all about. And we already have commitment from our digital staff to work alongside, or they're actually embedded. We have 7 digital staff that have been inducted into the compliance improvement project team. But it's not just for water, it's also to transition to the risk matrix and such. But part of their work is undertaking the automation of those simple water takes. And so that is work that we're starting now.
Thank you. Just a comment then, really. I am surprised because it's in our fees and charges as for maintenance and monitoring, so I would have presumed that meant audit rather than the staff going into the little black box or the room and looking at it. So a bit surprised there. Moving on, I was keen to hear your comment around the water protection zones were set up based on E. coli or pathogens. They're quite distant. There's a distance of water, in the direction that water flows through these takes kilometres in some places, and yet we know that generally pathogen paths are much shorter than that. When we were setting up these water protection zones, which I'm not quite sure exactly when it was, I think it's been in the Land and Water Plan since its inception, from my recollection, it does suggest in our webpage that they did consider nitrates and other pollutants as well. Was that not the case?
I'm probably dangerously outside of my expertise, but it's my understanding that they are not. I think the size is also relative to the size of the community that they're servicing. Rather than, so if the relativity of the number of people, meaning, and also the amount of water that they, thank you, Tim.
Tim Davey maybe would like to answer this question.
Through you, Chair, the size of them is related to the, so if you look at the one there for Whakatau, and the one on the right of Whakatau is for the airport, and that's a really shallow well. And if you go to a deep well, if you look on Canterbury maps, you'll see them. They're really small protection zones. So it's to do with the risk involved. And if you're looking at surface takes, then they get really quite large. So it's to do with the risk involved of them. And for example, those ones in the Ashburton, I think, are really shallow galleries. And excuse me. So that's the way they're derived. It is to do with it's not nitrate. It is short-lived pathogens, I suppose I'd call them, which includes E. coli and things like that. So that's what they are developed around, because it's a drinking water particularly. And of course, if you're onto nitrate, and particularly in groundwater, you'd be over a much wider area. So.
Thank you, Tim, for coming to the table and answering that question. Councillor Pauling.
Kia ora, thanks, Nick. And thanks, team, for bringing this to us. I just had a question about, and I've picked up the stuff around the service level 5 and the future work that we're doing there. But in terms of, can we bring the matrix thing back up? The matrix. I was just interested because looking at our normal graphs that we have around this, where we have low risk, moderate, and significant non-compliance, I'm just trying to make the connection between that graph that we get and now there's, what is it, 12 or 12 different categories. And will it be possible in the future that we'll get a graph of those categories and, the reporting broken up by the 12, so we can get an idea about how many are H4 versus L1? Is that what we're working towards? Just seeking clarification.
So for the risk matrix, the compliance status would be one of the parameters to determine where it sits. And that's probably more related to the management of the risk, but it's not the only one. So like I said earlier, we might have a very uninformed community that's sitting at level 4 because we've made changes to the plan and we haven't told them, or something like that. Or we can also use the matrix for looking at just water or just wastewater systems. So yes, when we populate this, you'll be able to see it from different perspectives as well. It won't just be for all of the activities for compliance. You can use it to really hone into different activities and understand which ones are causing you the highest risk.
Follow up if I can. No. Thank you. Yeah, I'm just trying to understand the relationship between the new matrix and the old, the current measurements. So that's really helpful. In terms of that relates to incidents as well as the compliance stuff. So we're doing a similar thing for the incidents. I mean, I know the numbers are sort of flipped for incidents. There's 70% sort of minor non-compliance here.
We, in the compliance improvement work that we've done so far, we haven't done any work on incidents. And so that's, again, some future work that we look to do in the next financial year. We thought that the highest risk sat with compliance monitoring rather than incident response. We typically meet our commitments to the community around our service measures around incident response, but we do know that we can make improvements, and that's signaled for the next financial year.
This one, sorry, Nick. So just in terms of the next step, so we're working on a refreshed approach to compliance reporting. So when is that when will we get the next, like that new reporting thing? Is that coming in the next few months or?
We have to have it ready for you by the end of the year because we have to be delivering to this by the next financial year.
Okay, Councillor Southworth.
Thank you.
Just be conscious that nearly, time is ticking on. We need to try and keep the questions. Yeah.
I've got a couple or three, which I've signalled this morning.
I know that.
So firstly, it should be a quick answer. In your paragraph 17, say 2,200 consents have been monitored, 2,599 inspections carried out. Is that the inspections is related to people raising concerns and incidents? Is that or how does that, what are the difference?
It's just reflecting that sometimes we have to visit one consent more than once during the year. And so it means we've done that many inspections of 2,200 consents. So some of them were visited twice or 3 times. Yeah.
Thank you. And then in terms of, so we have identified that we're going to have audit reports coming from accredited providers. Have we already got accredited providers? And is there what's the QA system, or is there a quality assurance system, mechanism in place to ensure that they're all sort of approaching things in a similar way, to a similar standard, that we're confident that what we get is sort of reasonably critical?
I think what we're mainly referencing there is our farm environment plan audits, and those auditors are certified by environment of their annual reports, things like that. So it's either through procurement or our own audit of the auditors in our FEP audit program.
In terms of the risks, I totally get the prioritisation of medium and high risk activities, but we know that in Canterbury the environment's quite affected by sort of multiple cumulative effects. And so how are you accounting for that in this setup?
I think probably the easy answer is we're not, because the planning framework does that for us. So, or it's not doing it well. So either way, what I'm trying to give you is assurance that we're delivering on our compliance obligations well, so that we're not pointing to compliance or questioning, well, is it just a compliance issue? And so if there's cumulative effects and we're undertaking our compliance monitoring and our risks aren't high, then we might need to be looking elsewhere.
Great. And then just finally, I think we're basically saying the last meeting, it'd be really good to see how that sort of that effort and the focus and the risks are spatially or geographically distributed to really understand how all these things work. And then we'll be able to see how they tie into the framework or the consents and conditions and so on at a sort of high level. Thank you.
Councillor Edge.
Thanks so much for the report. Obviously a little bit confusing in the fact that the matrix, so what I understand in your reply to Councillor Pauling was the matrix will be populated with some description of the activities that each of these matrix 12 points relate to. Is that how I'm picking up?
You'll get numbers. So so the matrix will be populated with, so if you say, if we say that we have 25,000 properties undertaking activities within Environment Canterbury, you'll see a distribution of the risk of those activities. So move away, you won't see 26,000. These numbers won't add up to 26,000 because we're not doing it by consent, we're doing it by activity. And so what you'll see in there is numbers. But what we were talking about here is you can do it for compliance as a whole, or if you want to see how well is Environment Canterbury performing for municipal on-site wastewater systems, or meaning, locations that are undertaking treatment of municipal wastewater, or if you want to understand farming, what level of risk do we have for farming, you can toggle it by activity. But it will be populated by numbers.
Right, okay. Will you, even though they're going to be populated by numbers, will you actually, because it's not clear to me what the activities you might be looking at to populate that and give that a number. So will you give a description of the activities? You've had this other thing called bucket 1, 2, 3, but you talked about that so quick, it went right across my, what is bucket 1? What's the description? So it's really the organisation of the information that comes to us a little bit more easily understood in terms of how everything's put together. I mean, even the service measure, that service measure is, for me, it's in another document almost. And what's the description of, so some things that might be repeated when you come back to us so that we are familiar with what you're talking about. Even though on the bottom of there, page 28, talks about item 25, service measure 5, and then 24 is service measure 6, 7, 8 are covered in the attachment 8.2.1. But I'm trying to think, well, what is that service measure picking up? Service measure, it's just some information about the way it's organised for me. That's just one thing. It's just have we look at that just to make it more easily understood by not only us but the public maybe. In terms of the significant non-compliance, the 50 properties there, and you've got the chart there that says what they're more to do with discharge permits and water permits. It would be really useful to have some spatial context going forward for those. And I'm thinking we have a regional policy statement that had the idea of freshwater management units. And if you correlated the significant non-compliance spatially within the context of a freshwater management units, you might actually find, or we might be able to understand, there's a problem in this particular area. So there's a bit of a relationship between spatial context and the non-compliance. Who's doing what, why aren't they doing it, and if it's all in one or two spatial units, then that's potentially a target that you could follow. But anyway, thank you very much for this, and it's good to see that we're kind of going forward.
Councillor Swiggs.
Hi, thank you very much for this really awesome piece of work. Most of the questions that I wanted to ask have actually been answered already. One thing that I do, and I would be remiss not to mention it, is around the drinking water protection zone. I understand that was around the pathogens, but this raises a bigger question around risk, especially for Christchurch's drinking water protection zone and other, such as nitrates and other matters that potentially are happening in those areas. So when we're talking about the size of the population, so I was just wondering, I know this must be something slightly different than what I was thinking with given your answer, but I'm still quite keen to understand, is there any work going on in that space around the Christchurch drinking water protection zone and understanding the risks in that area?
Not by compliance particularly through this program, but I don't know broader than that from a science perspective. I suppose what we learn from this from a compliance perspective can be used in other ways, but I don't believe there's a broader program at this stage.
Councillor Mackenzie, did you have a question of Tim Davey?
It does relate to that, and it's comments Tim made, but it seems to me in terms of risk assessment, if you can go to a safer source of drinking water and that reduces the requirement for managing the water protection zone, shouldn't the regional council be advising community, what do you call themselves? Community water supplies, that actually one way of better managing their water protection zone is to go to a source of water which is safer, inherently safer, and therefore requires less management. And if you take Waiho as an example, instead of having a shallow gallery, go to a deep, if they went to bore water rather than that, the requirement for those drinking water protection zones, maybe that's it's not necessarily a discussion for this, but it is evolved around how you then assess the risk around those activities.
Thanks for that comment, Ian. Sorry, conscious of time, I think we'll now ask Paul and Jennifer to lead the table. Thank you very much for a very thorough and frank discussion. It's really appreciated by all of us. And I'll now put this motion to the committee that we receive the compliance work program update, including the progress on the compliance improvement project. And number 2, we endorse the next steps in the compliance improvement project, including the establishment of baseline status for target categories identified for delivery of service measures. Number 5. Do I have someone to move that? Thanks, Councillor Cranwell. Seconder. Thanks, Councillor Scott. We have a mover and a seconder. Do we? Would the is there any discussion? If not, Councillor Southworth, sorry.
Super quickly, just to say, I'm so reassured at the sort of connections I'm seeing between the planning framework work that we're doing, the consents, the compliance, and how it's all feeding together, and just the language. Like, I'm really looking forward to seeing what comes out of this, and I acknowledge it takes time to get to the sort of key issues that we want to address through those various different parts of the system, but seeing it treated as a whole system is just so reassuring. I'm really, really pleased to see it, so thank you. Kia ora.
Thanks, Vicky, for those words. Councillor Robertson.
Yeah, I too was just about to say the similar thing to Councillor Southworth. I also did want to acknowledge, has this been audited at all, like internally or anything like that? No? It's not really a question, but it's hypothetical. I just note that...
it is a question, it's not discussion.
Well, hypothetical question. I just note that we don't have an independent auditor in the room anymore, and so that concerns me for whatever we're doing from here on in. So, just on the record.
Okay. Giles, have you got a comment? I mean, we are meant to be in discussion, not questions.
Apologies. It's certainly something that we can consider into the future assurance plan going forward, looking out into the wider business to make sure that new systems and processes that are being put in are working as they should do. And so we'll certainly pick that up and reflect it in our planning going forward.
Thank you. Councillor Pauling, Government Chair Pauling.
Yeah, just noting, like in the standing rules, it's clear that questions can be asked any time, even during debate, just so you know, so it is okay, although it is more helpful beforehand, but it can be asked at any time.
Yeah. Okay, is there any more discussion? Okay, if there's no more discussion, all those in favour of this motion say aye. Against? Carried. Okay, we move on to 9.1, the resolution status report, which is on pages 34 to 38 of your agenda, and the recommendations are on page 34. I now ask Teflon to come forward and speak to this.
Kia ora, councillors. Just a couple of things. One is to note in the resolution in the paper it said 2024. We're correcting that date here, and it's showing in red on the screen for the resolution itself. As always, these reports are looking at anything that's outstanding from prior meetings, and then it has all of the resolutions from the previous meeting. So we've got nothing outstanding from before the meeting of the 12th of February. There is one that is still in progress from the 12th of February, which is the response paper to Councillor Southworth's notice of motion. So that action is happening now. And then we have got one that's come across from the Strategy and Policy Committee. And so that's being picked up now by staff to look at where and how we can put that into the work programme, and we'll come back by the end of the year on that.
Chair, I'll move the recommendation.
Yeah, I have a question, but if, that bit, we didn't get that far. So under 9.3, and I did flag this morning, under 9.3, implementation of targeted rate for biodiversity, Christchurch biodiversity, it's on green complete, but actually, and it says that we've got fundings is in process being distributed, and we were gonna hear back. I thought we would have heard back by now, but we haven't yet of the projects that are being funded. And I guess a subsequent question to that is there any risk that we're going to be running out of time because we're coming into planting season and the end of the financial year? So, where everything's at with that, do we know?
I'll ask Stephen Hall to come forward and answer that question.
Kia ora, councillors, through the chair. So you'll get an update next week through CIs about that. There are, out of the 8, there are I think 2 or 3 that we're still in negotiation with. The others have landed. In terms of risk around implementation, there's no risk around getting the work done this year.
So are there any more questions or clarification? If not, is everyone happy that we accept it? Councillor Scott moved this, and who seconded it? Joe. Councillor Davies seconded it. All those in favour say aye. Against? Carried. Okay. We now move on to item 9.2, which is the 6x6 financial reporting. The purpose of this is to provide the Regional Delivery Committee with the latest forecast and financial information for the year ended the 30th of June 2025. I'll ask David, our GM of Finance and Insurance, to come forward and speak to this paper.
Kia ora, councillors. Chair, I'll take the paper as read, but I'll just summarise, I guess, the key points. So staff have completed what's called a 6+6 forecast, so focus on the 6 months actual financial performance and estimates and forecasts for the second half of the year, the second 6 months. Just in doing that, note that the year 1 full year budget in the LTP was a deficit of 13.1 million, and we've outlined, just a reminder in the paper, of the split in that deficit that related to the draw on public transport reserves and how much related to natural capital expenditure. The 6+6 forecast is now estimating the deficit will be 7.4 million, which is 5.7 million better than year 1 of the long-term plan. And I've outlined in the paper what I've considered the material movements, so I'm happy to take any questions.
Firstly, we need to be congratulated on this improvement in the financial position. I think it's a credit to all involved. And Councillor Swiggs, do you want to start off with the first question?
Thanks for the report, and I like to see that the overall number is looking good, but when you drill into it, the improvement of the financial position is driven by some uneasy things for me, especially around the increased grant that we're getting around total mobility, which actually offsets a whole lot of the other stuff in terms of the financial position. But the expenditure on this is going up unbelievably high. 10.8 million budget and 15.6 million now. So that's a 50-something% increase over budget. I've mentioned this before. How is this sustainable? Is it sustainable? Can we do anything about it? And what are we doing to bring this over allocation of expenditure into line? Because yes, we get a certain amount of extra funding for it, but that's only a certain amount.
I can't add anything more to what comments have been made in prior meetings on that.
Thank you. That's very helpful.
Is there any other questions of councillors? Councillor Davies.
Paragraph 8 says management is responsible for conducting a detailed line-by-line review of expenditure. What kind of level of detail will management be getting into?
We, as is kind of normal in most organisations, break these budgets up in between groups. The directors provide their GMs to people in my finance team. We go through literally line by line and get an estimate for the balance of the financial year. There's a review process with directors after that. There's a review process with the whole ELT after that. So it starts right down the bottom, line by line at quite a low level, bottom up.
So it will go into a project or at a project level?
It kind of depends on the group, but yes, it will consider all projects in some way. Depends on, I guess, the nature and makeup of initiatives and projects within that directors group.
Is there any further, Councillor Edge?
Just a query. Right, page 39, recommendation 3. It talks about seeking endorsement that executive leadership will manage against the 6.6. Just wanted to be reassured that in that description, that any changes, we have an LTP with a budget, a whole lot of levels of service. Any changes that are possible in the next few months to that, that there might be pluses and minuses. That information will come back to council for its endorsement rather than staff making sort of decisions on its own. Just some reassurance that comment is, there's some agreement in the management of things.
The intention of that comment is that the forecast sets a new baseline for the executive team to manage against, and then normal delegations play out from then. If there are things that need to come back from here, they will. So yes, full assurance.
I suppose I bear in mind some issues with previous LTPs where there were changes made, and even on page 40, item 5 there, including revised phasing of revenue and expenditure. And council has got some surprises by not knowing or not being fully made aware of what those rephasing, which ended up being cuts to some projects. And so we really don't want that to happen. That won't happen. Are you able to assure us that?
Yeah, I understand. I understand what you're saying. At the 6+6 time, this is the best estimate of the balance of the year. In that process, we have reconsidered how that last 6 months is phased. And yes, I think things would come back to here if they were, within delegations, if they were material changes. And we'll be having another forecast process as well when we've got 9 months of actuals.
You've mentioned twice within delegations. What about issues of transparency for council in terms of, if things are delegated and you go and do something without us knowing about it, then we find out about it, we didn't really agree with what you were doing. Is that something that it's important in terms of transparency and the integrity of the council, that we do know and we're kept well informed? Is that so? You're not able to give us that assurance?
Sorry, yeah, through you, Chair. I can perhaps help answer that. So when the council sets the annual plan and the long-term plan, you're giving us levels of service that you expect us to meet. And so that is what we're working to. Now, when we're looking at savings, you may recall council asked staff or through the chief executive to look for $8.7 million worth of savings this year. So those are the kind of things that we're now managing. So by doing this 6+6, obviously, if we're going to miss a level of service, we would be into council immediately and saying, we think we could save some money here, but we're not going to hit this level of service, yes or no. If we think it's something that is going to cause issues for councillors in the community, so it might be we want to save relatively small amounts of money, but we think it might have a material impact, then that would be something that we would be bringing back to council as well. So if you recall, under the significance, engagement and Māori participation policy, we've got some benchmarks. And so if we think, even if we were going to save $20,000-$30,000, if we thought it was going to have a high impact on a community, we may not be able to do that because it might be something that would trigger consultation. So those are all the things that ELT are thinking about as we're going through these processes. And certainly if there's anything that's going to mean we're not going to deliver a level of service for you, we would be back in here having that conversation going, is this something you want us to do or not do? But otherwise, the financial management, which I think is what Dave's talking about, is within the delegations that you've given to the chief executive, and the chief executive then passes on to us. But we're not going to do anything catastrophic without having that conversation with councillors. And it's going to be a judgment call as we go. Does that answer the question?
Thank you. It's just supplementary. Just getting back to item 5, clause 5. At the moment we're looking pretty good. 5.7 million improvement from the year 1 budget, and it does explain that the general and public transport reserves are expected to improve by about $2 million each, and that's good news. Am I correct in just confirming that for the general reserves itself, in year 1 in the LTP, Council had reduced the 2.5 million undertaking for general reserves down to 1 million. So effectively, that 1.5 million that we were short of in the general reserves has now been made up by having some $2 million ability to add that within that system. So we're back to square one and more. Is that your assessment?
I'll double check those numbers, but from memory, I think that the reserve was estimated in the LTP to reduce by about 2, and look, it might be in the rounding between 1.5 and 2. So this additional, the impact of this forecast is a further 2 million improvement in that general reserve, but I can double check that for you after the meeting.
Thank you. Is there any more questions? Councillor McKenzie.
Just briefly, so going back to Grant's point about 3, up the recommendation 3, when you refer to working within the budget for year 1, is that the revised budget? Are you working? Is that saying you're going to work within the 13 million deficit or the $7 million deficit?
In hindsight, wording could have been better here. I accept that. I take that on the chin. The intention here is that the executive team will manage to the revised forecast, which is within the budget. It's underneath the budget. That's the intention of what that was trying to say. It's not very well worded in hindsight.
So could you say within the revised budget in that recommendation? So, Mr. Chair, could I suggest that if you have no objection and the staff have no objection, that recommendation be changed to deliver a financial result within the revised budget, so there is no doubt as to what the meaning of that recommendation is.
Staff are okay with that change, we can do that. So is everyone okay with that?
So you could just have a quick adjournment and let Dave come up and help put a new staff recommendation forward, and that could
adjourn the meeting.
That could help. Just adjourn,
5 minutes.
just temporarily.
Can we have everyone's attention? We're now back being live streamed. We've got a revised paragraph here, number 3. So it now reads, it's quite short and simple, endorses that the executive leadership will manage against the 6+6 forecast. Is there any discussion around that? Is everyone happy with that? Okay. Do we now then have someone move this? Thanks. Moved by Councillor Sacknell, seconded by Councillor Mackay. Is there any discussion? Councillor Mackay.
Look, I'd just like, through your chair, thank staff for bringing this paper. I think it's a bright spot in the day, really. I love the fact that we're getting the deficit of 13.1 down, and I know a couple of us at the table were very, very concerned about the fact of going out with a deficit budget. So to see, for various reasons, including the work that staff have been putting in to try and get some efficiency savings across the organisation, that come down to currently sitting at 7.4. I'm pretty pleased to see that. So just thanks the team for that. Thank you.
Sorry, Dave, you can leave the table. Sorry, got flabbergasted with what's going on. Councillor Swiggs.
Yeah, I was just going to say, yes, great to see the deficit moving downwards. I was, like Claire, really concerned at our LTP about deficit funding. Deficit budgets are not the way that we should be doing things. I do question the sustainability of the funding that's coming in. That's given us the decrease in our deficit. They seem to be just one-off grants rather than long-term sustainable programs. So I think we need to be a little bit careful about patting ourselves on the back and saying we're reducing the deficit when it's just one-off fundings. NZTA's reduction in funding for public transport. I think there was a word in the report that said savings. That's not savings, it's just us not doing the work, simply because we haven't got the funding for the improvements that we had budgeted on our LTP. That's not a saving to me. That's actually a failure of us to be able to do the work. Not a failure of us not to do the work, but a failure of the collective system. And I'm actually really, really annoyed by this blank check that's called total mobility. I'm serious. This is more than 1% increase on our rates, on our total rates. It is unsustainable, and it actually just can't keep going. So I don't know how we really scrutinise the efficiency of this program further. I think I'm going to put my thinking cap on here to figure this out, but it is absolutely not good enough. We can't be just writing a blank check after we sign off on an LTP and not actually have any scrutiny around that from a governance point of view. I just can't get over it. So look forward to seeing how we might be able to rein that in somehow. That's all.
Thanks for that, Dion. I echo some of your concerns. Councillor Southworth.
Yeah, firstly, I'm really bouncing off a couple of things there that Councillor Swiggs has said. So firstly, totally agree in terms of essentially it's not a saving if we're not delivering on the service that our community told us that they wanted to have. That's just the government not supporting us when they needed to. In terms of the total mobility, I'd just like to say I think there does need to be a little bit of caution around sort of almost vilifying the total mobility scheme. It is there for a really, really important reason, which is to enable people to get transport who can't use other services. I totally think we should be looking where we can at things like whether on-demand could help to meet some of that, because on-demand is much easier for people to use with mobility issues. But just looking at some of the figures here, so for the Ashburton-Tynwald area, where I can see in our draft annual plan and from our long-term plan exactly how much money that service cost. So in Tynwald area, in the long-term plan, year one, it was going to be $1.35 per $100,000. So I can work out, I don't know, let's say $400,000, $100,000 property, what that adds up to. In the draft annual plan, you're looking at $2.49 per 100K, so probably around $15 per rating unit. Total sum being looked for $111,000. Waimate, $1.73 has gone up to $4.10 per 100K. So yes, big jump, but the total amount of money being collected is $29,000, around about $20 per rating unit. So just to be really clear, like these are really, really important services. Not to say we shouldn't be discussing it, but don't make people feel like they shouldn't or can't use the service because they feel, somehow that they're taking from others, or I just think we need some sensitivity around the language, and that we have an aging population and we have people with needs, so that is part of our work. Kia ora.
Thanks for that, Vicky. Councillor Scott.
Yeah, I sympathise with that attitude towards this, Vicky, but I would say that I met with the Waimate Community Trust, Community Vehicle Trust, also do total mobility down there. And the hurdle to have a total mobility card has been lowered significantly, and the subsidy is really, really high. So the problem they have down there now is that the cost of their service, the overhead cost of their service in terms of, how attractive it now is means that like they're $40,000 short in terms of what they need to do. So what we do, the unintended consequences of actually lowering the test for total mobility is causing some of these trusts to have reasonable financial problems. I think their total financial problem is about $85,000. So even though, the books show that we're putting good money into them, the cost of providing these services is getting higher. Now, I do have some sympathy with the itch he keeps trying to scratch on total mobility, because I think the Auckland example, it's gone to 30 million. An increase of about $30 million. So that is a national issue. And I know that NZTA, through the other comms that we've had, are looking at criteria for that and the subsidy level for that. So although I agree with you, there's something not right here. It just doesn't add up.
Thanks for that. Peter, is there any other comments? If not, Councillor Edge.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, look, this is really, really good to see. We've always had some revenue from new funding, some revenue movements, and then a little bit more expenditure. But at the end of that, we've come out of that with some surplus at this current 6+6. And I'm pleased that the general and public transport reserves are expected to improve, and certainly the general reserve improving to a point which puts us back to where we were anticipating being at the approval of the LTP process that we couldn't actually deliver on in year one. And that puts 1.5 million back to where it should be. In terms of comments about the debt level, the debt level was there to deal with regulatory framework, which was the regional policy statement, the coastal plan, and that's a prudent operating expenditure in my view, and it's going to return a surplus in 2026. So it's a short-term debt, a deficit for that, and that will come right fairly quickly. I think going forward, it'd be nice to get some information. I think probably the 6+9 time frame about what the potential surplus might be or going in before we deal with the next annual plan, and maybe what else we could do with any of the current things that we've had to delay or reprioritise.
Deficit. So I'm not sure what the discussions were around from Grant Edge about surpluses. I don't understand that.
Okay.
Is it not? I'm just clarifying that, Chair. Is it not an improvement over the projected 13 million? Isn't that a benefit.
Anyway, if there's no more discussion, put this motion to the floor. All those in favour say aye. Against? Okay, that'll be noted. Just item number 11. Oh, sorry, carried. Yeah, carried. In a rush to finish. Number 11, the next meeting of the Regional Delivery Committee will be held on the 9th of April 2025. I now declare the meeting closed, and I'll invite Councillor Swiggs to the Karakia.
Unuhia ki te urutapu nui ki a wātea ke mama te nākau te tinana te wairua i te aratapata. Koiara e ronga, whakairi ara, ake ki te ronga, ki a tina, humi e, hui e, tae ki e.
Oh. Thank you.
Don't go forward as one.